Greetings everyone and welcome to Dave Daring Blitz. Lots of balance changes have come into the game. Well, not into the game yet. Lots of changes are coming into the game when the next season starts, which will be after the month of September. So we have 4 more weeks with the current set of changes that are currently here with all of these tanks. But most of the tanks have been rebalanced as of the next update coming in October when the next season starts. So it'll be very interesting to talk about all of these things today. We're going to start off in alphabetical order. So if you've been following in various Discord channels, Wargaming put out updates for a couple of nations at a time. They didn't release everything all in one day. They released things over the course of 3 days. So now we're going to look at all of them in one stream, and y'all can put in your thoughts in the chat as well, and I'll be reading those and highlighting certain comments. Let's get going with the first tank, the WZ-113 GFT. But before I do, the reason I have this E5 T110 E5 here is because this tank did not get any balance changes, which is quite interesting. Most of the tanks got some sort of update, but a very few were not touched, and this was one of them. So quite interesting. But without further ado, let us get into it. So I'm going to pull up the screenshots of what they shared. Here we go. WZ-113 GFT. Engine power is getting nerfed. Reload time is getting nerfed. Rotation speed is getting nerfed. But the alpha on the standard shell is going up by 10 and reactive armor is being removed. This tank, as I'm sure you all know, desperately needed a nerf. I wish part of the nerf was the frontal armor a bit, because it is just super strong, but what it definitely needed was a mobility nerf, and it did get that quite significantly with the rotation speed going from 37.94 to 30.91. Now these are not the equipment and provisions stats, so if something's a nerf, it's not quite as much of a nerf typically. If it's something like related to how the tank moves or how the tank has and their power and all that, so it's not going to be these numbers exactly, because 98% of the players in tier 10 use provisions and have fully loaded out equipment, so just something to keep in mind. But I think the engine power and the rotation speed and the reactive armor are really good for the balance of the game. These tanks are like spammed like crazy, especially in re-roll accounts. So I'm happy to see that it does not rotate so fast. That's one of the annoying things about this tank. It like wiggles like crazy, and you can't even get around the tank half the time because it's rotating so fast. So with the engine power being reduced by 100, that's going to help, and especially the rotation speed also getting a nerf there. And you also can't YOLO quite like people were doing in the tank 2 during pushes. They just slap on that reactive armor, and its HP then goes, its effective HP in the game is massively higher. So I'm glad you can't just hop on that reactive armor and laugh at everybody who's shooting at you and doing significantly less damage. So overall, I think these are good changes for the WZ, and perhaps with the mobility nerf, the lack of nerf on the frontal armor will not be so bad, because you can actually get around the tank and angle and position your tank to get a shot at it. And it's not going to be zooming across the map like it was before. Alright, I know that was a lot of discussion on this first tank, but let's be real, it was one of the tanks that needed a lot of a nerf to happen. So I'm glad to see that that has happened to this tank. The next tank we have up is the WZ 1321. This tank is getting a slight nerf on its penetration. And again, if you're running calibrated shells, the change is not going to be all that significant, but still it's a nerf on the penetration, which is not super great for a light tank. It's also getting a slight nerf on the on-movement dispersion. Its view range is getting 10 better though, to 80, so that's good for a light tank, especially with the mechanic that this has. Max reverse speed, going to be able to reverse quite a bit faster, which makes sense honestly for a light tank. Some other tanks like the XM has 20 reverse speed, and this has the same reverse speed, so it makes sense that a light tank would be able to reverse faster than like a tank destroyer. So its reload, however, is getting just about a half second faster, so you'll see some DPM increase with the 132. And it's getting gear oil provisions, which is going to be pretty insane given how fast this tank already is. Let's see, what is the maneuverability? It goes forwards of 67. Its power to weight is 33. Sorry, power to weight is 30 on hard terrain. If I open this up in game and look at the stats here of a tank that has the gear oil, which tank has the gear oil? I know the what tank had the gear oil provisions? Was it the type? No, that's improved suspension. What tank had improved gear oil? But any that's what tank had it? Sorry about this, folks. The improved gear oil is basically going to make it a good bit faster. I'm drawing a blank on what it is, so if anyone remembers in chat, definitely let me know. Improved gear oil, which nation had that? I feel like it was one of these. Was it the CS? Oh, here we go, yeah. Improved gear oil. So 6% to engine power, so you're going to get a 10% and a 6% and extra kilometers per hour to forward and reverse speed. So the WZ132 is going to be quite the fast vehicle. And I think that's going to help the tank be more relevant. Next up is the WZ-111 5A. Alright, this thing needed a nerf, and it got a 50 hit point buff. And it's getting more accurate, which is a good thing. But the power to weight is getting slightly worse. But the rotation is going to be fast. So I feel like overall, once you get to your position, you'll feel a bit more flexible. You'll feel more confident in the shots that it's taking. But I mean, it's a little bit of a buff, but nothing too crazy for the WZ-111. WZ-121 is the next tank. This is the Chinese medium tank. Its reload is getting 0.4 seconds worse, so its DPM is going down, and it already doesn't have necessarily the best DPM. I mean, it's over 3,000. Let's see, with calibrated shells, its DPM is 3,198. So basically 3,200. With this change, it may be just under the 3,000 mark. So not great on the DPM side of things. Its rotation, the turret is getting a slight nerf. Power to weight is getting better though. So a little bit speedier, but slightly worse DPM, and it's getting reactive armor. So I feel like overall this is a slight buff to the WZ, because you're going to be able to get into those positions where you're dealing that nice alpha chunk, because it still has its tungsten shells, which is pretty cool. And hello to Bushwhacked in the chat. Wonder if the IS-4 is back, but this time with super speed. We shall see, yo. We're gonna talk about that tank pretty soon. Next tank is the WZ-113, the heavy tank, so not the GFT, but the 113. Power to weight is getting worse, so it's going to feel overall slower. Not sure how I feel about that. One of the things I liked about the WZ-113 right now is its speed, because it's got really good DPM sitting at 3,200 for a heavy tank. So you're wanting to use that speed to get your shots out, since its alpha is a little bit on the low end for heavy tanks at 400. But its health is going up by 100, so since its DPM is not changing or at all, or whatever, since the health is going up by 100 with that crazy DPM, I feel like it's still going to be overall a buff for the tank. Because as a heavy tank who is side scraping, you're not really using that power to weight as much. Like, obviously it'll hurt at the beginning of the game and if you're trying to rotate around, but I still feel like this is a buff to the 113, even though it's a mild buff at that. Alright, 121B. This is quite interesting. Gets an HP buff. It gets a better power to weight, and it's getting an armor buff. This tank's turret cheeks are already difficult to hit just by how tiny they are, as you can see on the bottom corner here, and it's going up by 12. which means anytime you are going to be in a hold down kind of position, more this curvature of this, where it's red versus not red, that's going to shrink due to how the turret is curved there. And with the 10 HP increase to the thickness of the front armor here, when you are hold down, it's going to basically just turn red sooner. And it's going to turn red sooner when you are facing it frontally, like on flat ground, but when it's rotating back and forth. So you're going to see these tanks rotating back and forth like this, because at some point it'll turn red, and it's going to make this tank way more effective in peeking around corners, because you're going to only be able to maybe track it if you're just showing the upper part of your plate. With heat, you may be able to, depending on the angle, be able to end this, but like this is just going to be an overall pretty significant buff to the 121B, because it still has the improved engine power boost, it still has the good mobility, and it's getting better mobility, and it's getting 50 more HP, so quite the buff to the 121B there. And last on the tier 10, the 114 SP2 is being changed. So BZ75, the one with the Hesh gun, does not seem to be getting any changes to it this update, so that's pretty interesting. But the 114 SP2, it's just getting a armor update on the turret. The front going to go up to 300, so it's going to be harder for those high pen heavy tanks and tank destroyers to hit this, especially if you are at all hold down. And as you can see here, when I have the heat loaded of say 325 millimeters, any slight angle and I can pen the sides of these, because it's only 175 nominal right now. When that goes to 185, let's look at when it goes to, this is blocked 366 millimeters. So when here's blocked at 382, but you might get lucky something like this here. But later, even when you have 325 millimeters of heat pen, you're not going to be able to hit this frontally, which is one of the downsides of this tank right now, is that everybody just kind of pens the sides of your turret with heat if you're not looking straight at it and not at a slight hold down position. So I think that's going to help the 114 a lot, honestly. So that is the Chinese tanks for tier 10. The Type 59 at tier 8, as you can see, it is getting an HP buff by 70, which is pretty significant for a tier 8 tank. Its reload time is getting way better, so it's also getting adaptive concealment, which you haven't seen that kind of mechanic really happening in tiers below 9. So it's interesting that Wargaming is starting to do that. So Type 59 is going to be really good in tier 8, even with the, again, with armor buff from 110 to 112. So making it like these, you know, kind of like a 121B in that sense, getting a buff to the upper plate there. All right, moving on to the European Union now. Starting off with the Kranwagen. Penetration is getting worse. It looks like they are especially to the heat pen, going from base 330 to 310. So calibrated shells are going to be even more important for the Kron going forward. It always had good heat pen, and now it's getting a bit of a nerf there. Reload time is pretty interesting in if you dump all of your shells. The last one is going from 12.7 to 13.7, so an entire second longer. And the second shell going from 8.8 to 9.7, and then the first shell actually getting shorter by a second. So it's turning the Kron into a more, like, if you shoot it more, you're gonna get penalized more. So it's just really interesting that that last shell there, you're gonna try even more than before to shoot that first shell and let it reload as a more of a single shot, and then you have the other two if you need it. Now, why did Blitz kit not load? Here we go. Here's the Kron. Sorry about that. Now the time between shells is not changing, and that's still three seconds. So you really don't want to shoot your second shell if you can avoid it, because you're getting, you know, before you were getting 7.83 seconds plus 3 second intra clip for a total of, you know, 10.5 seconds. But now it's going to be just under 10 seconds for that 400 alpha. So just pretty interesting dynamic of how you're going to play the Kron. Like, maybe people will dump their clip less, but if they do dump their clip, the Kron is going to be even more vulnerable than ever before, especially with those second and third shells getting an extra second penalty for using them. And to potentially make up for that, oh, actually, sorry, the time between shells is actually decreasing, so to 2.73. So it's still a nerf on the overall damage output, but it's pretty interesting. I don't know if that reload between shells is really going to be felt, because sometimes you can't even get your shells because people are ducking behind cover anyway. But we will see how it plays out. The alpha is increasing though, from 400 to 410, 340 to 350, and 515 to 530. So you lose some, you win some. The Kron may end up kind of feeling the same as it was before, but I feel like you're gonna just be overall penalized by dumping your clip more. Like, you're gonna be more vulnerable in the tank. So I think overall it may be a nerf in terms of the clipping potential, but it's interesting that it's getting more DPM on the first, or on the third shell, the last shell that loads when you have your full clip loaded. That first shell that you're firing, that's getting a good second better. Quite interesting. Alrighty, a lot on the Kron. It'll be interesting to play after the changes are all done. Alright, next up, 60 TP. I don't totally understand what is happening to this thing, because this thing is already an amazing tank. But the whole rotation is really the only nerf that this thing is getting. Like, yes, it's really fast and everything right now, but like it rotates crazy. right now, and its speed is crazy. It's getting a slight nerf on the whole rotation, but I don't think it's going to be felt that much. The speed going in reverse is being reduced by 1, so at least those two things are good nerfs, but power to weight is better, so getting to initial positions, repositioning, that's still going to be crazy good, but and the gold shell is getting more pen, so and now it's going to have more heat pen than the Kron, whereas before the Kron had better heat pen than the 60. I feel like the 60 is just getting a flat buff in terms of actually gameplay using the tank when it didn't need a buff, I don't think. So watch out for the 60 TP tank. It's just going to be able to pen its shots easier. Alright, Progetto 65. With Wargaming stated that they wanted to reduce the prevalence of auto-loading tanks, like how effective they are. And I feel like that's what they did to the Progetto 65. It's getting slower. It's getting a degree less of gun depression, so the Progetto and later the Caro, they're both going down to 8 degrees of gun depression. So it's not going to be able to be quite as good as it is now on those ridge lines. And the reload time, it's getting punished by about a second for its second and third shells. So it's no longer going to be gaining DPM as you fire all of these shells. So that's quite interesting. It's going to, let's see, what is its intra clip? It is 3 seconds. So before, your last shell took basically 10.5 seconds. Now it's 11.5 seconds. So your first shell, if you only shoot your first one, you're going to be at 4, 5, 6, 7 7.75 of a second for that first shell. So it's better now to, maybe it was better before also, but it's just getting a nerf on all of its reload times here, except for its third and final shell, which is that first one that you're firing, and it's getting worse for the other ones. So quite interesting. Now the first shell there with the 8.6, so it used to be, after you fire your third shell, you're waiting 7.6 seconds, whereas with the first shell you're waiting 4, 5, 6, 7.7, and now it's 7.79 seconds compared to 8.6. So it's no longer dump your shell and then you have your best DPM. It's you load all your clip and you only shoot the fully loaded first shell, and that's when you have your best DPM at the 4.9 plus the 3 second intro clip, so 7.79. So at least the first shell is not changing. So it's very interesting on the Progetto, the change to go more like the other auto reloaders, where the more you shoot, the less DPM you get. The HP is going up by 100 though, so that's pretty crazy. And the shot dispersion is getting better, so it's getting more accurate, but it's losing a degree of gun depression, losing effective DPM. Overall, I'd say It's a nerf because of the degrees of gun depression and the reload, but I think it's still going to be a very formidable tank to play against. Alrighty, CS63. Alright, where'd it go? Here we are. Wow, Blitz kit is not wanting to load for me. There we go. CS63. Reload time is getting almost taking off half a second there, which is very nice because this thing needed a DPM buff, so it's getting that. Its power to weight is getting a good bit better too, so that's going to help it move around the map and not be as dependent on its consumables. Also with its max speed going up. Its rotation speed is getting a bit less, but because it's way up at the 50 area mark, you're not really going to feel much of a difference in the rotation speed, I don't think. And it's getting the adaptive concealment mechanic, so it's going to be unspotted more often. So I think that's going to be really helpful for the CS63, kind of being a sneaky distance tank, similar to what the Leopard 1 is becoming. So that's the CS63. Nothing crazy to how the tank is going to perform. It's still got a pretty weak turret, so we shall see what's happening to it. But like, considering tanks like the Progetto getting a nerf and losing that degree of gun depression advantage, because this has 8 degrees of gun depression and the Progetto is getting that now, it's going to be a lot more comparable to the Progetto than it was before. But the Progetto is getting combat stabilization mechanic. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that in the when I was talking about the Progetto, but that's going to be pretty interesting with all of these tanks becoming more accurate. Alright, the next one, the Rhino. This thing needed a nerf, and it got a buff. Its shot dispersion is getting 0.001 better. So it already has a crazy good gun. I don't know why they even bothered touching that. And if they were to touch it, why did they make it better? Whatever. And its HP is going up by 50, so the Rhino gets a buff. Hooray. Play the Rhino. Grind the Rhino if you have not already. Really fun line, especially from tier 8 and up. Alright, the Stritzvan K. Power to weight is getting worse. Its aim time is getting worse. Its rotation speed is getting a tiny bit better, and its penetration is getting worse. No one's gonna play the Stritzvan. Okay, moving on. People were already not playing the tank, and why did they like nerf it so much? I genuinely do not understand. It does not have a strong turret. You can pen the cheeks, oftentimes with like heat or whatever. You can pen the upper part of the turret, sometimes even through the mantlet. Its hull is pretty weak. It was like a heavium, but now it's a worse heavium. And why play that when you've got the E6, which is, as we'll see, getting stronger armor and stuff. So I really don't get that. Going to 16.5 power to weight, like that's gonna really hurt this tank. All of these nerfs, I don't get it. It's just getting flat worse in every regard of what they touched on the tank. So that's crazy. Alright, next up we have the Minotauro, sorry. This tank is, in my opinion, getting a needed nerf on the lower plate. This thing is just so ridiculously troll right now that one, because it's so thick there, 260, like why? And the other reason is it's rounded, so it's even more troll. So that's going from 260 to 210. So this is now right here going to be a reliable place for tanks to pen with, especially heat. Because before, this tank would be like climbing over a ridge and you're like, you miss. Even though this is the only place to pen the tank when it's coming over a ridge. So like, that was always annoying to me on the minnow, so I'm glad that that's actually getting nerfed. Like, why was that so strong this whole time? Its alpha, though, is going down by 20, but it's getting better reload on its shells by basically a second on each one. But since the time between shells is pretty long, I think it's like, is it 4 seconds? Oh, it's 3.5 seconds. Sometimes you can't get, because this tank really encourages you to only shoot the first shell, it's gonna be a bummer for that 20 less alpha, because sometimes you would roll like 500. Now it's gonna be pretty rare for you to roll above 500 with this 20 alpha. But it is getting a shell reload boost consumable. Shell reload on an auto reloader. Is this the first shell reload boost? That is shell reload boost. What? Shell reload boost. That's for like the yo. Shell reload boost. 30%. Wow. Shell reload boost on the minnow. It's gonna become a double shot. It's gonna be a double shot tank with the reserve shell with something like that. That's gonna be very interesting to play. Like you're gonna get dunked now for 950 basically. Wow, so the minnow is actually going to be able to get 2 shots out, but then it's going to be on a longer reload. But the reload for each of those 2 shells is a second better than it was before, basically, for each shell. So overall, this may be a buff to the minnow. Who the minnow kind of always felt like kind of out of the. You just see the minnow and you just kind of ignore it. You load heat to pen the front of the turret. You just kind of, if you get hit by it, you kind of duck away. You can't really ignore the minnow now with that shell reload boost, I think, because it's gonna, instead of hitting you for 490, it's gonna more likely be able to get 950 damage into your vehicle. So I think this is a buff to the minnow, but you know, it's kind of reliant on the consumable, but it is getting a, you know, better overall DPM when you're just, well, maybe not better all DPM. I don't have like calculation there with that. I feel like they may have done kind of a balancing job to the minnow making it a little bit more relevant because you're not punished so much for shooting 2 shells. With that shell reload boost, that could come in clutch when your team is pushing or you catch a tank off guard and then you just wait for the 2 shells. It's gonna be, you're gonna get a little bit of the yo play style with this. It'll be interesting to play it for sure with the new reload time being reduced. I think I like it. I kind of avoid playing the minnow right now because it feels sluggish and it doesn't impact the battles. Maybe this will help it do so. And that's it for the tier 10 tanks. The SMCC is getting nerfed, which honestly it needed the nerf because it was so strong with the 220 armor thickness on the upper plate and the 120 thickness on the lower plate. You'd have to aim in like this tiny little spot to try and pen it for full damage, and sometimes when you load heat you're having to hope you can hit the lower plate, which, you know, when you aim for lower plates, sometimes RNG is just like, how about you shoot all the way underneath the tank instead? So SM is getting a much needed nerf, and its DPM on the single shot is getting a practically an entire second longer reload, so it's going to massively affect its DPM. So no more SMV CO clubbing, so I think that's a good thing. Even though it's fun to play in its current state, it makes sense that this is changing. Alrighty. Next up, we have... Oh, that was not all the European tanks. My bad. The tier 8 threw me off. The VZ, I'm super excited about the VZ. It's becoming like what it is in World of Tanks PC. It's becoming an auto loader. It's getting two shells. So instead of 470 alpha, it's only going down by 10, and the reload isn't all that bad. 17.74 seconds. Let's compare that to the Yo here, M6 Yo. I clicked the wrong thing. M6 Yo, I know you can't see it on the screen, but I'm looking at it. M6 Yo, it's on the double shot. Its average damage is 450. So this VZ55 is going to be 460. However, the intra clip between those two shells, instead of 1.7 seconds, it's going to be quite the large 4-second reload, which it can be really useful to have that second shell, but having to poke 4 seconds after you shoot means you're going to be shooting a shell, backing up, and then poking really soon again, which gives the enemy a time to like look at you, whereas with the Yo it's like bam bam and like, oh no, the Yo is out of the picture. But the Yo has that 19-second, practically 20-second reload, whereas the VZ55 is going to have basically 18-second reload, so 2 seconds faster reload on the VZ for its 2 shells back that has 10 more alpha than the Yo for that difference. So it's going to be really interesting to compare these two, because with the VZ, with the lower profile, this could be really, really deadly. And if there's any sort of push happening, the VZ is going to be able to dunk for that 920 alpha, which is going to be quite nasty, and it's going to have its shells back sooner than the Yo. So you can't really push the VZ as much. However, as part of that balancing, it is getting penetration nerfs, not by a lot. It still has, it's going down by 5 for the first 2 shell types, and the high explosive is staying the same. It'll be very interesting to see if the high explosive is changing. I don't think the high explosive alpha is changing, and if I remember right, it's pretty good. Yeah, it's 160. Sorry, 610. So if you're in a medium or a light tank, or like a tank that has weak reverse, a weak turret or weak rear, like some American tanks and a lot of the Chinese tanks and several of the European tanks like the Rhino and such, you can get slammed for 1,200 off of your tank. Whereas with the Yo's high explosive damage is 515 versus 610. So that's an extra 200, basically an extra 200 alpha if you get double shot by the VZ55. I'm very excited to play this because you don't have a long you don't have that 4-second reload kind of experience in tier 10 right now. So that's going to be very interesting. Now to compare that with the Rhino, I have the Rhino up that I'm looking at to compare. So we're kind of like comparing all of this stuff right now. The time between shells in the Rhino is 3.3 seconds, and usually you can get your 2 shells out with the Rhino. I'm curious to see if the 4 seconds on the VZ, if you're really going to be able to get that out. But compare the alpha from the Rhino to the VZ. The Rhino has got 420 versus 460. So you're able to get 80 potential on the standard shells, 80 extra. And on the high explosive for the Rhino, it's 520 versus the 610 in the VZ. So like, I feel like the VZ is going to be comparable to the Rhino in that regard. But obviously with the Rhino being an auto reloader and not just an auto load gun, the Rhino, it's harder to push the Rhino, and the Rhino can stay engaged in the battle during a push, whereas the VZ kind of has to just hide and pull back. And the Rhino has better DPM when you are just constantly firing, even when you're firing that shell 2. Well, it's hard to describe. When you dump your clip and then you keep firing that first shell that is loading. You do that in the Rhino, you can't do that with the VZ. Interesting dynamic. So more like the Object 2.6. It's going to be more similar to the, trying to find it, the Object 752 in tier 9 that has, with its gun between shells, is that 4-second reload. So if you like how the Object 752 plays, you will probably like how the VZ will now play. That's probably a tank I will play first, just because the change is so different. I feel like that's going to give the VZ more of a reason to be played, because right now it's just like middle of the pack. I mean, the 470 alpha it has is nice, but no one kind of like cares about if the VZ is pointed at you. So it'll be more of a tank to be scared of, because you can't just like over poke it to get your shot, because you may get punished for a lot more HP chunked out of you, as if a yo were shooting at you. So very interesting. VZ 55. Alright, enough about that tank, but I am partial to it. I do like the tank how it is now, and I'm excited for the changes for the VZ. Alright, the Karo 45 ton reload going. This is basically getting a nerf for DPM. It's the last shell that loads, so the first shell that you fire when you're fully loaded, that's staying the same. So its best DPM is not changing, which is good. But its other, the two middle shells are getting an entire second, basically, almost an entire second each one of an increase. So it's going to be more vulnerable than ever before. However, like when it dumps its 3 shells, it's going to be more vulnerable than ever before. You like have to worry about the Karo again. And its gold shell penetration, which is APCR already, it's going to be difficult to get those pens onto those heavily armored tanks with that nerf. It's going to be really important, more than ever, to run calibrated shells on the Karo. And it's losing 8 degrees of gun depression, so it's more likely that your turret cheeks are going to be penned as you are trying to dump your clip. It's getting a little bit more HP, but it's getting gunpowder? Maybe gunpowder, they meant to say. Gunpowder provision. So it's going to make the shells more snappy, which it may be necessary with the decreased the decreased pen that you are experiencing, because with the APCR you really want velocity, so you may need to run the gunpowder. But there's also the gear oil provision to increase how fast it is. My biggest complaint right now with the Karo is that it feels sluggish. So I think it's going to be necessary to run the gear oil provision. Maybe also the improved fuel. And then you're kind of left with the cheese head. So like, you want to run the gunpowder. It'll be interesting to either run gunpowder or the gear oil. I feel like I'm going to be running engine power and gear oil just to make this thing faster, because if you can be faster, then you can reposition better to get those shots in that you need to on tanks. But I feel like the Karo is overall getting a nerf, especially with that decreased gun depression from 9 to 8. So that's a bit of a bummer, but I can understand why, with how good the Karo is right now. Alrighty, next up is the TVP. This is getting a flat buff. The TVP was nerfed really hard the last time. Its armor got weaker, its HE evolved a lot, and you just see a lot less of them being played. So its alpha is going up to 310, so its total clip is going up by 40, which can be quite significant. And with it alpha being 310, you can more reliably just think to yourself, okay, does somebody have 1,200 HP left? And if so, you can clip them out. Whereas before, it was like 50-50 if you were going to be able to clear out that tank. And with the reload, the reload time is getting is just getting 50.58 seconds longer. You're not even gonna feel that, honestly. The alpha is a welcome change to the TVP. Alright, and then the tier 9 female 2 is getting like, why did they say penetration of main shell? It's interesting. The penetration of its main shell is going down a bit. Kind of a bummer. But its shell speed is going up. So, I don't know why they necessarily did that, but it's whatever. It's not going to really change the tank all too much, but it is very strong. Probably one of the strongest tier 9 tanks, so the fact that it's getting a bit of a nerf on the penetration, I think is a good thing for the mill. Hello to Fake Devil Soul in the chat. Thanks for stopping by today. We are talking about all of the changes. Alrighty. Next up, we have... Oh, I already did that. My bad. Next one is the AMX 30B. We're on to the French tanks now. Spall liner. I don't really get why this is getting spall liner, but that's interesting. I don't know how many people are going to run it. Consumable wise, it's getting reticle calibration, which I feel is going to be useful to run on it. But its power to weight is getting less, so it's not going to be as fast. And its reload is getting quite a bit. It is getting a decent chunk taken off of it, so I feel like in some ways it's getting a nerf, but a bunch of the auto reloaders in mediums are getting worse. So I feel like the AMX 30B is getting less of a worse thing, but we shall see. It's definitely a nerf to it. The consumable, the reticle calibration may help it a tiny bit with those, with the distance play. It's definitely gonna, with the reduced power to weight, increased load time, you're gonna have to pull the AMX 30B back from engagements more. So I don't know how I feel about that. But I don't really know about the spall liner. Is that gonna take up something more useful to help it all game long? Whereas spall liner is like only if you get HE'd. If you're staying further back, you have less of a risk of having that anyway. Kind of plays like the Leo, so I don't really know if anyone's gonna use that. Definitely nothing game changing about that. Alrighty, AMX 50B. Its aim time is going from 3.7 to 4.4, which is really going to affect it during its intra clip, which right now and is staying at 2.73. So you're not going to be nearly as aimed in for your full clip if you're maximizing the DPM of that. So you're going to have to be closer range to get those shots out, or you may just expect to miss an extra shot. So you may only land 2 shots in your AMX 50B. But the penetration on the high explosive is increasing for whatever reason. I don't really know why they even touched that. The tier 8 FCM is getting a flat buff. It'll be very interesting to see that, because you like hardly ever see that tank being played, so maybe they did this just to see if people would play the tank more. Not gonna really dwell on the FCM. It's not a tier 10 tank. Alright, AMX M449 reload time is getting a good bit better. It's not like, it's only like 0.3 seconds better, but when you're in a heavy tank, That kind of matters. And it's getting reactive armor. So this thing, which is already a giant tank with tons of HP, getting reactive armor, like, that's crazy. And the armor on the front plate getting stronger. It's gonna be a beast. Really gonna be a beast. Like, if your heavy side wants to make a push, this tank is going first, soaking up shots, and then just absolutely wrecking havoc. Because if you get into a face hug with this thing, like, good luck. Good luck. And this thing is going to be even better on ridge lines with that 8 degrees of gun depression. Obviously, you still have to worry about the corners. So if you are looking at a tank, just point your full hull straight at the tank that you are shooting at. It's going to be... the tank was like that before, but like even more now with its armor. Like, don't even bother wiggling. Like, let me load heat here. If you're wiggling, these sides are going to be exposed. So like, you don't even need to wiggle. Like, your strongest point is direct on somebody. So you're gonna back up straight. If you're looking at a tank, don't bother wiggling, because you're gonna expose these weak points. And with this, just going up another 10 means you won't see how this is saying like blocked here, but probably a pen here. Like, you won't have that pen. This thing is going to be crazy how strong this tank is going to be frontally. It's going to be a massive pushing tank. All that HP, reactive armor activate, soak up shells. It's gonna be crazy. AMX M4, very excited to play it. It doesn't have the best gun, which is one of the main reasons I don't play it a whole lot, but I mean, if you can abuse your HP even more than you can now, like, that's crazy. You're gonna get so many bounces, and after poking somebody with reactive on, you're not even gonna feel it. It's gonna feel like a mouse. Wow. Okay. Get the M4 if you, when it comes out in the store, if you have the budget for it and you like playing tanks like that. All right. Let me just make sure I'm on the right page, that I didn't skip over something. I should use my arrow keys, not the mouse. All right. The Bat Chat, the tank that everybody, along with the WZ-113 GFT, wanted to be nerfed. If you didn't want this tank to be nerfed, you might be a seal clubber. Jake Devil Soul is hyped for the CS63, the E50M. Oh, I am not hyped for the E50M. The Bosch 155, Type 71, and the WZ-1321 change. Yeah, those are pretty neat changes. I'm really excited for the VZ55. Alright, that chat. It's reload time. I'm going to pull that up on my game here, so I can look at the difference between the two guns. There's the 105 millimeters. That's the one that most people are using right now. The 3-shot. Its reload is getting an extra second longer, which I always felt like you had your shells back so fast in the bat chest. So having that extra second and a half is going to be a good thing. That's a longer reload. The scatter factor is also getting worse when the turret is rotated, but when you're dumping your clip, you're not usually turning your turret all that much, so I feel like that's an inconsequential nerf, but good overall nonetheless. This is the biggest nerf though. The BC would always like pen everything, and now it's getting APCR. So now you have to aim your shots a bit better for your shells to go in. It's not losing penetration or anything, so I feel like that's going to be a good thing for that chat to get APCR. Scatter factor for the other gun is getting less, but it's getting better than the existing gun. So that's going to be interesting. It might be trying to get people to play the 4-shot gun, because the aim time is going from 4.3 on the lower gun. Aim time right now being 3.6. It's going down. Sorry, it's going down to 3.6, the 100 millimeter, from 4.3. So that's going to be quite interesting, but it's still not going to be as good as the 2.7 on the 3 shell. Alright, reload between shells on the 100 millimeter, so the 4 shell gun is going from 2.5 to 2.2. That's a pretty significant change. It may be worth trying out the 4 shell on the Batchat. Plus, considering that it's shell, you still have AP shells, and you have more pen, 257 versus 254 on like right now you have 257 and on the 4 shell, and 254, so a little bit less but not much on the 3 shell. With the 3 shell moving to APCR and the scatter factor getting worse, whereas the scatter factor is getting better on the 4 shell, and the time between shells going to 2.2 instead of 2.5, and right now the time between shells on the 3 shell gun is 2.8. So that's going, the 4 shells going to 2.2. It's gonna be interesting if people are gonna, you're gonna see more 4 shell Batchats, because you're gonna be able to get that larger damage out faster. So that'd be really interesting. And the view range is finally going down by a whole 20 meters, which is very good. It had crazy view range before the 285 base. So all good changes, and even a 10 millimeter reduction on the armor thickness. You would get so many just weird troll bounces on this part, which is so crazy on a light tank. So that being, like, see how it's starting to become red more here, so you're gonna have to be on more of a angle before you would get a bounce. So less troll bounces on the Bat's upper plate. So I feel like it's still going to be a really good tank. I think there's going to be more flexibility between the 2 gun types, which is cool to see. And it'll be interesting to see how the Batchat plays itself out in the next update. I may end up trying the 4 shell myself, considering your DPM is also better. Very interesting. So I feel like the 2 gun types are going to be more balanced now. We shall see. Alright, the next up is the Foch 155. This is very interesting change. With the, I'm going to pull this up on my end as well in game so I can check more quickly than on Blitz Kit the difference between the 2 guns. The 155, the one with the mod 2. The mod 2 is the 2-shot. So the mod 2 changes are here and here. So the double shot, like maybe that's why it's mod 2. That's going from 500 alpha to 560. And this one is 6, and the single shell is 600. So they're getting way closer. Before it was 100 hit point difference, and now it is a 60 point difference because the single shell is going up by 20. The reverse speed is going from 13 to 15, so very, very good, especially for the double shell, because you want to dump your clip and then get out of there, and reverse speed is very important for that purpose. So that's going to be a welcome change to the Bosch. However, its power to weight is getting significantly worse. So even though your reverse speed is 15, it's going to take longer for you to get to that 15 reverse speed. But I think overall that's going to be because 15 kilometers per hour is not very fast, obviously. It won't take, even if you have a slow power to weight, it won't take you too long to get to your max reverse speed. So I think the reverse speed is not going to be all too bad, but still, you're going to be way slower in the Bosch. And on that slow note, you can see at the bottom here, it is getting a massive armor buff. You're not going to be able to insta-pen the hatch because it's going on the top, which is curved, which is already a potential ricochet just because of how it's rounded. That's going up by 20. And the main part of the hatch is going up by 45. So before, the entire thing was 180 and 200, and now it's 200 to 245. So quite the difference. People are going to have to more likely use heat to pen that, which is good for your tank because you're taking less damage. And the other huge difference is the main frontal armor on this, going from 180 to 200, which is going to be huge for when your tank is hull down. So on flat ground, heat, zero problem. But now it's going to be as though it were like this. It's going to be way harder to hit this tank frontally. All you got to do now, though, is really focus on hiding your lower plate more than ever, because it is going from 120 to 90. So that is a nerf there. But at least everything else about the tank is getting stronger. And it needs to be stronger if it's getting such a nerf to the power to weight. Rotation speed, though, it's interesting. It's getting a good bit better. And the terrain crossing capacity is better. So worse power to weight, but it's able to cross terrain a good bit better. So when it's at max speed, it's still gonna feel really good. It's just gonna take a little bit to get to that max speed, but I think overall you're still gonna be able to reposition in the Bosch. It still has the improved engine power boost. It still has the gear oil. It has all that stuff. It's gonna be very fun to play the Bosch. Maybe worth trying out the mod 2 gun, because of the 60 alpha buff versus the 20 alpha buff to the single shot. It'll be interesting to play, for sure. I think the double shot is going to be more formidable than ever before, because now it's not a potential 1,000 taken off, it's 1,120 being taken off. It's a significant difference. The reload time on the double shot is getting it's taking a second longer to reload, but when you're at the 19 second mark, you're not totally gonna feel it all that much. And that's just to, like, you know, balance out DPM and stuff. And view range is getting a slight nerf, but overall I think the Foch is getting a buff because the main thing about the Foch is that it's got this giant frontal armor that you can't really hide, so the stronger that is, the better for it, and it's getting better rotation speed. Overall, I think it's some pretty cool changes to the Foch 155. Alrighty, next up here. If I can find my keyboard. Right. Next up we have the German tanks. First, going to take a look at the king of the German tanks, of course, the Maus. It's getting a DPM buff. It's already got decent DPM right now at 2673. So that's just going up. But the dispersion is getting a bit worse. But honestly, I feel like this is just a buff to the Maus. It's you can't just it doesn't get bullied now, but it's like even less so. It's like it's gonna get better at pushing. It's gonna be more effective than it has been before because of that buff to the reload. Nothing else is happening to the tank. I still feel like its front plate needs to be stronger than 200 nominal, like maybe make it 220 something for this giant frontal plate, because it's like the Maus frontally versus the AMX super heavy, basically on the French tank, the AMX, the M4, I believe. What is it? I gotta pull it up so I can say it right. The one that we were just looking at, the AMX M4 MLE. That I feel like the AMX M4 is gonna be just flat better than the Maus with its changes. Because going back up to that just real quick, its frontal plate is going from 210 to 220, and the Maus, as you can see, is 200. So the AMX was already stronger. It was already at a good angle, and the Maus is still stuck at 200. Like, and it's got the giant turret cheeks, whereas the AMX M4, you cannot penetrate the turret. So you can't penetrate the turret, you can't penetrate the upper plate, and you're doing the same thing as the Maus, looking frontally at tanks. The Maus obviously is better sides, but I mean, Maus doesn't have reactive, but the AMX does. Like, even though the Maus is getting a buff here, the AMX M4 is gonna, I feel like, outshine it. And the reload on the AMX M4 is 11.2 seconds. For looking at the alpha again, for that 450 damage, whereas the Maus alpha is at 460 for that 11.3. So Maus probably has a little bit more DPM, but the AMX is going to get more bounces. So I don't know. I feel like AMX is going to be way better in most circumstances. Alrighty, next up we have the Grill 15. Oh no, Blitz kit died? Oh, I just reloaded and it's okay. It's like server 500. I was like, no. Alright, rotation speed it's getting a good bit better on the rotation, which the faster the grill can rotate, the faster it can use its speed, which is getting a buff on both counts, the max speed and the power to weight. Better power to weight means you get to your max speed faster. The faster you get to your max speed, the better you can rotate around the map. So it's getting a flat all-around buff. Even the reload time is getting a base 11 seconds. Might even recommend running Rammer on the grill because it is a tank destroyer and it's going fast. It's got great aim time. You can just quickly use that aim time, poke real fast, rotate out. I feel like it may be worth trying out the grill again with these changes. I'm glad they're giving it a buff. And with that power to weight and the rotation speed, you're going to be able to hide a lot better after firing, which is really important for a paper tank like the grill. Very interested to see how the tank performs after the update goes live. That is the grill 15. The next one is the KPZ. KPZ. Whoops. Wrong thing. I was on German Tier 10 tanks. KPZ 50 ton. Penetration is getting quite the nerf. The 250, 300, 53, or the 250 and 300 felt good on the KPZ, but it going down to 242 and 292, definitely a nerf. And but the aim time's getting a little bit better, which I felt like the KPZ was a bit inaccurate. So it's getting more accurate, but it's getting penetration nerf. So you're going to be using heat more. You're going to definitely want to run calibrated shells, I feel. I don't know how to totally feel about this change on the KPZ. I feel like it's a nerf, but the aim time may really help it hit the tanks more reliably. We'll see how it ends up playing out. I feel like it'll still basically feel the same as it did before. Hopefully it won't be too difficult to pen your shots though. Because let's compare that to today's Leo. The Leopard one. Its average, the Leo's average pen right now is 300. And then sorry, that was average damage, sorry. The pen for the standard is 275. And the heat is 339. So maybe if I take off gun rammer, it's just 300. So I don't know. KPZ getting a nerf on the pen. Better aim time. I don't know if it's a nerf or a buff to the tank. Let's compare it to, if we can find this out. The aim time on the Leo right now is 3 seconds. And the KPZ is 4 seconds. KPZ is going down to 3.6, so still worse than the Leopard 1 currently is. So with less pen, I don't know. It's lower profile, so that's really why you play the tank. Anyway, more I'm thinking about this and talking through it, I feel like the KPZ is getting a nerf. Alright, VK9001. Aim time is getting 0.3 seconds better. The gun was already felt pretty good, but the scatter factor of the gun when the turret is rotated is getting worse. So I feel like with maybe the gun will feel the same with those two factors kind of going in the opposite direction. Aim time better, scatter factor worse. When you're side scraping, I feel like aim time is going to help you more. So you're just going to have a little bit difficult time when you are quickly rotating and trying to snap a shot out there somewhere. Rotation speed of the turret is also getting less, so I feel like it's a side scraping buff, but everything else nerf. Still gonna be a good tank to play regardless. Alright, VK7201. Penetration going from 258 to 254, 334 to 330, 85 to 81. I don't really feel like you're going to feel this too much, especially if you are running calibrated shells. When you have that high 10, you're not really going to feel those differences. Still, it's a nerf, and the VK72 definitely needed some nerfs, and it really got it with an extra second added to its reload. However, the scatter factor of the gun when the turret is rotated is getting better. So it's gonna feel better when you're in those, trying to get those shots out faster. So overall, it's definitely a nerf to the VK, but it's nice that they gave it a nod to the scatter factor, but you're not really gonna notice it all too much, I don't think. VK72 getting a DPM nerf. Alright. One of the tanks that was most anticipated to be rebalanced and how it's getting a nerf is the Leopard 1, but let's take a look at it. Reload time going up by basically 0.5 seconds, which is huge for a massive DPM tank like the Leopard 1. And that's one of the main things that it had going for it, so really interesting that that's happening. Its hit points is going down by 50. And its power to weight is going down by 1. So it's getting a little bit slower in the acceleration. Rotation speed also being reduced. So its overall ability to reposition is going to be less. And it's losing a degree of gun depression. So when you reposition and you're just poking your turret, you're gonna really have to poke it a lot more, because I feel like 7 to 8 jump is a bigger jump than from 9 to 8 in terms of what you're able to do in the tank. So that's another big nerf to the Leo. So max reverse speed is at 25, but whoever gets to the max speed of 25, you back up, get into cover, rotate your tank, and then leave. You're not really backing up for long distances at 25. I mean, maybe when you're fighting some medium tanks, but is that extra 2 even going to be reached when you're on hilly terrain? I don't really think so. However, it is getting gear oil provision, so how much is that going to offset the rotation speed? The power to weight is yet to be seen. With the 6% increase to engine power, I feel like you may be able to get a lot of these factors back, but that means you're having to not use things like improved gunpowder. You may have to not use the chocolate bar. And one other thing that it's getting is the adaptive concealment mechanic. So you are able to become unspotted in, I believe it's 8 seconds, but it might be 7. Let me check. I think the Char Future 4 has the adaptive concealment. Why did I click camo? Has the adaptive concealment. Let's see. Okay, after 7 seconds instead of 10. So you're able to start repositioning 3 seconds sooner than you normally would in the Leopard. And then with the gear oil provisions, you're just sacrificing the gunpowder. So I feel like you may be able to keep the Leo play style feel that it is now, even after the changes. So I'll probably swap out improved gunpowder, obviously, for the gear oil provisions, and I think you'll be able to actually get it back to where it was before. So that's going to be quite interesting with the Leo. Alrighty. So what do I overall think about the Leopard? I feel like it is getting a nerf, but I don't think it's as big as a nerf as people maybe previously thought, especially with the gear oil provisions. I think provision balancing is pretty cool. Not as much of consumables. And the fact that it's getting adaptive concealment mechanic, it's going to be even more of a sneaky tank than it is now, which it's going to need with that 7 degrees of gun depression that it's getting instead of the 8. Alright, instead of moving to the E100, let's go to the E50 because it's more comparable to the Leopard that we were just talking about. Now what's interesting about the E50 is that it has 8 degrees of gun depression. So it's going to have more gun depression now than the Leopard 1. And it's got a crazy, as we already know, a crazy turret. And even though you can pen the sides of the turret with heat, because it's so small and these sides are getting even stronger. Like it's hard to hit this the front of the turret at any sort of distance. So you almost have to always aim way in. And its reload is going to be less than the Leo now. The Leo had 6.2 before, and the E50 had 6.9. And now the Leo is going to be 6.7, and the E50M is going to be 6.5. Like, that's crazy. And the E50 gun is 340, whereas the Leopard 1 gun is 360. So yes, it's a lower alpha, but you're shooting more often, and you've got a way better turret. Like, look at these armor enhancements that this thing is getting. It's ridiculous. You can even see in this armor profile here, when I have heat loaded, which is 300, you cannot pen the sides of this. And it's 105 millimeters nominal right now. It's going to 111. Like, what? Sorry, it's going from 105 to 114. Like, what? And the sides here going from 102 nominal to 111. So you're gonna be like side scraping in this thing. Like, why? And it's getting reactive armor. And even this plate thing here is getting stronger. And this part of the tank is getting stronger. Instead of 102, sorry, somewhere over here, instead of 87, they're saying, yeah, instead of 87, it's going to 102, just like what the current top is, that's going to 111. So this thing is just absolutely an insane tank, way overpowered. If you don't have the tank already, get it. It's going to be maybe spammed even more than the STB. Like, I genuinely cannot believe that this is happening. Like, you're gonna see an E50M on the other team, and you're just gonna eye roll. Like, anytime there's an E50, people are gonna say tryhards. I cannot imagine a double E50 platoon, especially because this thing can ram people for crazy. It's flat better than like everything out there in terms of medium tanks. I guess not too many people play the E50, so like let's have people play, let's make the E50M meta. So here you go. It's basically a heavy tank, but on medium DPM and medium speed. Like, you can ram heavy tanks in the E50 for the most part. I don't get it. This is my least favorite change, I think. More than the disappointment of various nerfs and whatnot, but the E50M, I do not like it. It's way too strong of a tank. It's already good as it is. It's just, it's crazy. Alright, enough about the E50M. It's time for talking about the E100. The E100 has two types of guns, and now it may be better to run the 128 millimeter, because it's going from 12-second reload to a basically 12.5 to 10.5 reload, so a whole second faster, and it's getting better penetration. Like, its penetration is going to be better than the derp gun. From it's 254 versus 256, and the aim time on the smaller gun is going to be quite a bit better too, at 4.8. And the derp gun is getting a nerf to the alpha, so goodbye to your 680 alpha. It's going to be not as good, and the scatter factor is also worse on the larger gun, so you won't get, hopefully, snapshotted by E100s anymore. We've all had that feeling, so I feel like at least that's good. I'm not sure about the alpha change on the derp gun. Is a super fun thing, because that was part of the appeal of playing the E100 is for that 680 alpha. Now it's only 660. I mean, to be fair, it's still a lot. The power to weight is getting better for the E100, so that's interesting. Gonna be more, its acceleration basically is better. And then the whole rotation speed is getting less if you have the derp gun. Interesting. So overall, the 128 millimeter gun is getting some pretty cool buffs to it. Be interesting to see the full DPM stats on that. It'll be maybe worth trying the other gun on the tank now. Alrighty, the Jag Panzer E100, the tank destroyer. Let's see what we get here. HP is going down by 150, so that's pretty significant. But the armor on the sides here, these guys, is going up by 10. So it's going to be much harder to pen those things, which I think is a good thing for this tank, because people would just always load heat and just hit that quite easily. So now, you know, if you're frontally facing someone, they may be able to pen you, but you just turn your turret a bit turn your tank a bit, and then you have a more likely chance to get bounces on the sides. So wiggling is now going to be way more effective with the 280 pen. So when you're on flat ground, side, backing up like this instead of like this is going to be way better for fighting tanks. That's the main thing that's happening with this. The aim time is going up and the reload time is going up. So it's getting a better armor on the front, but it's getting worse reload. So I think overall it's a nerf because this thing already struggles to contribute enough to the team, and now it's going to be able to be taken out faster. But we'll see how effective this extra armor is with the 280. I don't really know if the aim time and reload time are going to if that's just gonna negate the armor and the extra 150 HP loss. So I don't know, I feel like it's a nerf to the JG and it's gonna be even less effective than it is now. We shall see. Alrighty, moving on to the Japanese tanks. First up is the STB-1. This thing definitely needed a nerf, and it is definitely getting one with the increase in the load time. It's basically getting 0.3 seconds slower in its reload. It already didn't have the best DPM and now it's getting worse. But for a tank that has such strong turret armor, I feel like it is a good way to help balance the tank. Its shell speed is also going down, making its shots, I guess, slightly less likely to pen or hit because the shell is not going as fast, so you might miss somebody who's backing up. However, it has gold APCR, so I don't really feel like you're going to miss out all that much. And the other thing is the power to weight is getting worse, so it's getting slower, and its max speed is getting higher. Max speed is just going to help in the beginning of the game, not too much elsewhere. So that's interesting for the STB. The other one is the Type 71. Let's look at that. So the STB got a nerf. We'll see how effective those nerfs are. It's still going to be a strong tank because nothing about the armor profile changed, and that's really when you're annoyed by the STBs, when you can't do anything with it being hull down with its crazy gun depression that it's got. And that did not change either. Alrighty, Type 71 reload is getting 0.3 seconds longer. So its DPM is going down. However, its gold shell is getting a 40 alpha buff. To put that in perspective, let's compare it to the standard shells that it has. The standard shells sit at 420 alpha. And the gold shells are now going to be now going to be 400, so only 20 less. So your DPM for your gold is better. And the way that the type just butters through tanks with calibrated shells, 356 on the pen, this thing is going to be quite the beast of a tank, not really caring what your armor looks like on your tank. And getting hit for 400 is a significant buff to how this tank will perform against its main opponents, which are heavies and heavily armored tank destroyers. So yeah, it's going to be even more dangerous than before, especially since its pen is going up on these two by 3 and 5. So 335 base for the gold shells that are now at 400 alpha. That's pretty crazy. 11.2 seconds for over 300 for like 360 millimeters of heat of APCR pen. So like, it's nuts. This thing does not care about armor, and for that matter, neither does the WoT, which is getting shell speed increase. So it's going to be more of a reliable gun. It's going to feel more snappy. Reload time is also getting better, so it's getting a DPM buff. Rotation speed is getting a bit less, which, I mean, this thing, the WoT rotates like crazy right now, so I do feel like the rotation speed nerf is warranted. And then the scatter factor of the gun when the turret is rotated is it's getting worse. But with the reload time getting better and the shell speed being snappier, I feel like overall this is a buff just because of the reload time and that shell speed. I don't feel like the other two are going to affect it all that much. Because when you're aiming in with a turretless TD on the WoT, you're pointing your gun straight anyway, so I feel like that is a nerf to the WoT. That brings us to the British tanks. Quite a lot to cover here. Starting off with the 183. Shell speed's going down, so that's a good thing. Aim time is going up, so that's a good thing, so 2 nerfs. Shot dispersion, when you're fully aimed in though, is getting more accurate. But I feel like with that extra second of aim time, like, you know, if you're giving a 183 the full 6.4 seconds to aim at you, like, oh well. I think the aim time is a good nerf for the 183. Alright, the Badger FV217. I didn't even know it was called that because I just see Badger. The speed going forward is going to be more of a speedy tank. Terrain crossing capability is increasing by quite a bit. However, the rotation speed of the hull is going less, so I mean, this thing did rotate at a pretty insane speed, so I feel like that's good, but I don't like its gun, and nothing was touched about its gun on this. So I don't know, perhaps with the speed and terrain crossing capability, you'll be able to get up closer to tanks and get out of there. You won't be able to get out of there faster because the reverse speed is not, and engine power is not really changing, and terrain crossing capacity doesn't totally affect when you're going backwards at such a low speed anyway. So I don't know, view range is getting less. I feel like it's gonna feel generally the same, but it is nice that you'll be able to get to positions a bit better. So I feel like this is a good change for the Badger, getting a slight buff here in terms of getting to positions, repositioning, making pushes, and not getting left behind. And you don't want to be left behind because your rotation speed is getting nerfed. So I think that's good that these tanks can't just like turn on a dime. Because it's got the crazy frontal armor. So. Alrighty, the 4005. The aim time going from 4.6 to 5.1. So that's a full half a second nerf to the 4005. It already doesn't have the best well, looks like it doesn't have the best dispersion, but it is getting a buff, slight buff to the scatter factor of the gun when the turret is rotating, which is important for a auto loader like the 4005. So, but will it be affected by the aim time? I feel like the aim time is more of a nerf than what the scatter factor is counteracting there. And the view range is getting less, I guess, whatever. You run camo on the 4005 anyway, you're not really spotting in it your giant box, so the fact that view range is going down that's not gonna really do anything. I feel like it's a nerf to the 4005. We shall see how it plays. It'll probably feel generally the same, but the aim time, man, an extra half a second. That's crazy. Alrighty, FV215B. View range is going up by 5 meters, whatever. HP is going up by 50, so that's so far 2 buffs, but the aim time is going up by 0.2, so that's a nerf. One of the best things about the 215B is it's a really good gun, and they just made the gun worse, so it's gonna, I feel like 50 HP that it gave is meh compared to the the nerf that it got to the aim time. I don't really like that change. 215B was kind of good as it was, but still a difficult and not super influential tank for the most part, so I feel like it got a nerf and it's not the best. Or I don't feel like it deserved that nerf. Oh well, such is what it got dealt. Alrighty, now we have the FV4202. I'm actually excited about this one. It's getting a more accurate gun by quite a bit. The scatter factor is going down by 0.02, and the aim time, hold on, I gotta make sure this is the right gun here. Oh, this is a change to the 7A1 gun. Oh, the 7A1 gun though looks like this is what they had a mess up on the screenshot here. The this gun is getting penetration. Oh, I thought this was about the Hesh gun, but it is not. Well, let me quickly check what the changes were that they made. A correction. I think they made a correction about this. FV4202. I don't know about this, folks. I'm just checking to see if they posted this correctly. I'm not seeing it. Alright, so this is saying there's a buff happening to the non-hash gun, but the penetration is getting less on the L7A1 gun, and the HP is going up by 50, so that's nice, but nothing's happening to the hash gun, so I don't know. It's getting a slight buff with HP. Interesting. I guess they're maybe hoping more people will look at the L7A1 gun with how more accurate it is. We shall see. Alright. Next up is the Super Conqueror. Aim time is getting more than half a second worse. So right now it's got a nice accurate gun, but now not so much. Reverse speed is getting nerfed by 2. Not the end of the world, but still a nerf. So 3 nerfs so far. Reload time though is getting decreased by basically 0.4 seconds, which is going to be pretty crazy for the DPM upgrade that it's going to get, but it's not going to be very accurate, so we'll see how it actually performs, especially in heavy environments with that aim time increasing by that much. The base dispersion though is getting better, so will the gun still feel good as good as it does now? Probably not, but it's also getting reactive armor consumable, so I think it'll be fun to play the Super Conqueror. Overall, I think it looks like a buff on paper, but I'm just gonna really have to try out that gun, because I like the gun now, and when you change how the gun works, that's like the most impactful thing about it. And they looked at the DPM of the gun and the aim time of the gun and the dispersion. So I think playing it out is going to be the only real way to know how the Super Conqueror is going to end up being played. Alright, next up is the Vickers Light. HP is going up by 50. Reload time is getting quite a bit better by 0.4 seconds, basically. The Alpha looks like it's getting hold on. It's got heat right now, and there's no way the Alpha on the heat is going from 260 to 350. So I guess it's getting hash. Because the penetration, yes, going from 290 to 180. So Vickers already has 105 penetration on its high explosive shells. The fact that it's going to be getting 180 penetration on shells and then doing 350 damage, I feel like that's going to be very formidable against medium tanks and when you're flanking heavy tanks and tank destroyers. I think the Vickers is going to be very fun to play. I mean, look at the aim time too, 3.7 to 3.2. Power to weight is increasing. The Alpha penetration is getting worse on the standard, but it'll be very interesting to see how the Hesh plays out. I think it'll be quite fun, honestly. Shot dispersion is getting a bit worse, but with the aim time getting better by half a second from 3.7 to 3.2, I don't think that shot dispersion is going to totally affect it too much, because you're rapid firing in this thing anyway. You're not fully aiming in all the time. And terrain crossing capability is getting nerfed, so you're not going to just zoom all around the map. But the terrain crossing capacity may be offset a bit by the enhanced power to weight. Shot dispersion H. Oh, heat to hash. Yes, that's just the call out to the hash. Why did they put that under shot dispersion though? Whatever. Vickers is going to be very cool to play it as a hash light tank. Going to be unique. I'm glad they're doing something different with the Vickers now, because it already has pretty decent hash-like capabilities with the 105 penetration on the high explosive shells, but it's going to get 180 for that 350 alpha instead of the 390. So you'll have both of those options, but you'll be able to hit pen the sides of turrets of a lot of tanks and get that 350, whereas before you had to just settle for the 300 alpha with your AP shells, but now you're going to be able to sling that 350. Very cool. I like it. I like the Vickers light changes. It'll be exciting to play that tank when it comes out. 500 server error again. Blitz kit. I don't know what's going on with that, but Reload fixes it, so not real upset. Alrighty. Last tank in the British line is the Chieftain Mark 6, which there's been a lot of chatter online about how this thing is just being run into the ground. Let's take a look. Rotation speed, nerfed. Aim time. Wow, from 3.6 to 4.3, that's even more of a nerf than the Super Conqueror. But it's still going to be better aim time than the Super Conqueror is today. But still, the Chieftain Mark 6, you play it now for the gun, I feel like. So having it go up to 4.3, just increasing by 0.7 seconds, that's going to be significant. And that and the scatter factor getting worse, and the penetration getting worse. Wow. But it's getting Hesh for 470. So before it had 110 penetration for 515. Now it's going to have 200 penetration for 470. That can be a big thing. I mean, imagine 200 Hesh pen. That's going to be the highest Hesh pen, I think, in the entire game by a significant margin. Ignoring the 183. I mean, the 183 Hesh is, looking at this, is 220. So this being at 200, that is huge. Think about it though, the 183 Hesh is 220 pen. Chieftain Mark 6 is 200. Not that far off. And it's going to deal 470 damage. That's going to be pretty crazy DPM that it did not have before. I mean, going from 400 with 260 pen to 470 with 200 pen. Interesting. However, it is going to really struggle frontally against heavy tanks. So basically don't go to a position where you're going to be fighting heavy tanks frontally in the Chieftain Mark 6 anymore. You don't have your 310 penetration anymore. Your best is 255, so good luck. super heavies, like Chieftain Mark 6 against something like a VK90. Like, you need to use your speed to get out of there. Alrighty. It's getting tungsten shells. Tungsten shells with Hesh. This will be a first. Really interested to see what that's going to do. And it has gear oil provisions, which means it's going to really help it be faster. I think at least gear oil provisions is going to be a must for this tank due to how little pen it has. However, with the 200 Hesh, you know, it's worse in a lot of factors, but I think Hesh is going to make the tank more unique to play than just an accurate hold down heavy tank. Am I a dev or something? No, I'm not a dev. These screenshots are from the official Discord that Wargaming has. And someone wanted to ask, what is the best medium tank? What is the best medium tank? That's going to be very subjective, and it's going to be difficult to say right now, considering practically all the medium tanks are changing in the next update. I think it'll take a little bit of time to feel them out. Oh yeah, duh, the E50M. The E50M is going to be the best medium tank. That's what's going to be the best medium tank, the E50M. Thank you, JGPZ E100, for reminding me of that obvious fact. It's insane what the E50M is going to be doing. Also, I don't know why I'm getting skipped frames right now. That's kind of annoying. Maybe I will close Discord. Yeah, I think I will close Discord to see if I can free up some memory here. Alright, I don't want to full screen this anymore. Exit full screen, there we go. So yeah, Chieftain Mark 6 can be very interesting. Yes, I definitely use Blitzkit. That's what the preview of the tank below here is from Blitzkit. Hopefully Blitzkit will still load for me. Looks like it's doing okay right now. Alright, that is, I think, it for the Chieftain. Sorry, for the British tanks. And now we are on to the American tanks, getting close to the end here. There's a lot of American tanks though. So here we go. M48 Patton. Let's see if it loads. Yeah, it's still loading for me. Maybe just the Discord API is broken right now for Blitzkit. Alright, M48 Patton. It is getting reactive armor, gear oil, but its DPM is getting worse. So it's going to be faster than it's ever been before, and it's going to be able to absorb more hits than ever before. So I feel like even though there's a DPM buff, because this thing has a lot of armor, it's going to affect the tank a bit less, and giving a armored tank the ability to absorb more shots and be faster. I feel like this is a buff to the M48 Patton. Now let's look at the tank that's very similar to it, the M60. It's getting improved engine power boost consumable, which is quite interesting if you were to ask me, because that's going to change the double repair kit and adrenaline standard that a lot of medium tanks run. So people are going to have to decide if they want that improved engine power boost or the 2 repair kits, or not have adrenaline. But I feel like you need adrenaline in a medium tank. It's also getting sandbag provisions though, so the M60s is gonna, you know, still be a pretty mobile medium tank, but it's gonna have more HP. But it's provisioned, so you're gonna sacrifice some DPM or power for that. So there'll be more experimentation going on with the M60 with what people want as a loadout, especially with the reload time going up to 7 seconds, so getting a 0.19 increase in reload time, so less DPM. Not really happy about that, also considering that the shell speed is going down. I've always felt like the M60 gun is nice and snappy as it is now, and I like how the rate of fire that it has. I feel like it's making the M60 overall kind of worse with the DPM, but I mean, with improved engine power boost, you can get out of tricky situations that you prior had to rely on your DPM to sometimes just max out what you can do. So I don't know, I feel like it's a 50-50 if it's a buff or a nerf for the M60. Will be interesting to play it. It's already a fast tank, so improved engine power boost could be quite cool, especially getting to early positions and getting some early shots in, which, you know, can affect your overall game DPM because of how you can reposition. I think reposition is really important in medium tanks, so just the more I'm talking about that, I feel like improved engine power boost is going to be important to have on the tank just because it's available and it's going to help with your DPM over the long haul during a game. Alrighty, next up is the Sheridan. It's getting buffs. Like, what? Penetration is going up. Its max speed is going up. Its alpha damage is going up. All across the board. The only thing that's getting nerfed is its power to weight and the scatter factor of the gun when the turret is rotated. With the Sheridan, you're already kind of having to aim for a bit before firing. So I don't know how much of a nerf that really is. And the power to weight going from 28 to 26, yes, it's a little bit slower, but it is still a light tank at the end of the day. It's still able to navigate around the map. I feel like it's a buff to the Sheridan, so if you don't already have the Sheridan, definitely get it because it's going to be quite fun to get that. Does that mean the Sheridan missile is getting buffed or not? I don't think the Sheridan missile is being touched. I don't think that is being touched, the Sheridan missile. And no, I do not have a press account. Alrighty. The next American tank on the list is the T-57 Heavy. Rotation speed of, so I guess the whole rotation, it's getting worse, which I feel like is a good thing for this crazy tank that is the T-57 Heavy. Aim time is getting worse. Also, I think that's suitable for something that can output 1200 damage into the enemy in a very short amount of time. But the max speed, forward and reverse, is getting a buff. So I feel like it's a balanced thing. Aim time is definitely important on the T-57 Heavy. It's just going to be... And it's max speed, so its power to weight isn't really changing. So overall, a nerf to the T-57 Heavy, which definitely needed it. So I think that's a good change on the T-57 Heavy. Not much else is happening there. Alright, next up, Concept 1B. I'm pretty excited, I think, from when I glanced at this earlier about the Concept 1B's change. Yeah, reload time getting way better. And the scatter factor when it's rotated is getting worse, so you're not going to be able to just like turn your turret and snap somebody, which I feel is fine. I'll take the DPM for that kind of a change, I feel like. So yeah, going from 8.6 to 8.4, when you add on top of that the provisions and whatnot, you're going to be close to 8 seconds for the reload time. That's pretty sweet. For something that kind of sits hold down, no one can do anything when it's hold down, and it's just able to get more shells out. Be interesting to see if the concept would be worth it to run rammer. I don't really think so with APCR being its main shell type. Imagine if it got AP shells, just that would be crazy. Alright, so that's the concept 1B. It'd be cool to try it out with the enhanced DPM. Alright, XM66F. Aim time going from 5 to 5.1. So effectively no difference really in the aim time. But this tank is getting APCR, so it's getting a nerf, which honestly the XM kind of needed a nerf, even though I really like it in its current state. But at least the pen values are not changing. But you are going to get more bounces in the XMs. You may have to switch over to heat a bit more often, and APCR means it's going to be less likely. It's going to be more likely for you to hit tracks and then the track just eats your shell rather than going through and penning the vehicle. So it's going to be more likely for you to just not be able. It's going to be less likely for you to be able to track people, so just be aware of that. However, the reload time is getting better, from 7.8 to 7.6. So basically 0.1 seconds off of the reload, so it's getting a DPM buff. And I mean, the XM is already sitting at a solid DPM of 3,487. So it's going to go to 3,500 base. Or 3,500 with like your, if you were to run a gun rammer. With calibrated shells right now, the DPM is at 3,300, so you maybe be like at 3,350, something like that. So, really interesting. Definitely a nerf though, because it's APCR. But I think it's a good nerf. And they didn't change the reverse speed, which I really like, which is 20. So XM is still going to be a very, very fun tank. I think they didn't give it too hard of a nerf because it's still a pretty new tank, being in last year's Snow Globe. So, alright, next up is the E4. T110 E4. This, I guess the E4 and that they made the XM like the E4 in that it has APCR shells as its main. Power to weight is getting worse, so it's going to be slower. Rotation speed even slower. View range worse. Aim time though going to 5 seconds, so its aim time is going to be like into the XM, which is interesting, and getting a whole half second off. A whole half. Getting a half second off of the aim time, I think is going to help this E4, because with the previous update, its gun got worse. So I feel like this is like kind of giving it some of its better accuracy back. So that's nice to see. And it's also getting sandbag provision. So it's getting slower though. I don't know. Between XM and E4, I feel like XM is still going to be better. But it'll be interesting to see with the E4. It may just be able to last longer in the battle, and the aim time may really help it to take less hits and get those important shots out for your alpha. Alrighty. T110E3. Rotation speed is getting a nerf, which is, this thing is already not very fast at rotating, so that's interesting, but this does have the improved engine power boost, so It's not the end of the world if somebody's rushing you. You can still put on that engine power boost. View range is getting decreased like the E4, but it has more view range than the E4, which is interesting. Aim time is going up, so E3 is kind of getting worse in that regard. Reload time, though, is taking basically 0.4 seconds off. But with the aim time, I don't know how useful that 0.4 seconds is going to be for DPM wise. Not too much when you've got such a high alpha gun. But its penetration of its heat rounds is going up. I don't know, I feel like it's a nerf with that aim time and rotation speed nerfs. I don't really think the E3 needed much of a nerf, to be honest, and they gave it more and more DPM. I don't know. I feel like it's a nerf with the aim time. Still, the way it's played, it won't be significantly changed, I don't feel like. Alright, M6, we are getting closer to the end, folks. But still have a bit to go. Aim time. On the 120mm, that is the beefier gun. The 120. That aim time is going up by, wow, 0.8 increase. So 5.4. So worse aim time than the other, than like all the tank destroyers. That's pretty nuts. And the aim time on the 105 is even being increased by more than a second. Wow. Quite the nerf to the accuracy to the M6. Power to weight is getting slightly better, so a little bit more speedy, even the max speed, so the M6 can get around the map. It's going to need more distance between tanks, though, I feel like, with the massive nerf to its aim time. And the armor is getting 15 less on the hull, so it's a nerf to the M6. Probably needed it. We'll see how many people play it, though, with that atrocious aim time. Wow, 5.4 seconds on the 120mm. Maybe worth it to, if you can't land both of your shells in the 120, you gotta do the 105. But it's possible that the consumables that this thing has, the reticle calibration and the shell reload boost, you're gonna really need those. And I wonder if you have the high-end consumables, you can get 2 rounds out. I don't think you can, but I will. Maybe I'll play a battle in it today and just check that, because I realized I was not running high-end consumables. Maybe it would be better to do that. I don't really think you can, though, so I've been doing the 12% less to cooldown speed, so but we'll see. See how that goes. Alrighty, T95E6. It's getting a nerf and a buff. Nerf being power to weight, so it's going to be more sluggish, so you can't keep up with the mediums so much, which I honestly think is a good thing. And the rotations, but the rotation speed is getting faster, so if medium tanks or whatever decide to rush you or whatever, you're going to be able to maneuver your tank around a bit more. What's the crazy thing, though, is the armor on the hatch going from 220 to 248. So the E6 right now is 250. It has 250 AP, and you're not going to be able to hit this hull down. Like right now you position this tank on a ridge. This hatch is always pennable. But with it going to 248, this is going to be red. next update. And like on the sides here, sometimes you can hit that. As you can see, the more angled it is, the faster it gets to red. It's going to be... the hatch is going to be very difficult to hit unless you load heat now. So it kind of got an HP buff because of that. Because you're going to get more bounces on it. And when you don't get bounces on it, it's because somebody's using heat. So, yeah. E6 got more... Got a better hatch. Got slower overall with its power to weight. So it can't bully mediums as much. But since it can't fully push the mediums as well, I guess the hatch is the balancing factor, but the hatch may be OP now. But I think overall the flexibility of the E6 is decreasing a little bit, so I would overall say it is a slight nerf to the E6. But in heavy engagements, it is for sure a buff. So depending on what the lineup is that you're going against, I mean, if you're on a ridge fighting medium tanks, it's going to be an advantage for you because that power to weight's not going to totally affect you too much. And the other thing about the power to weight being less is that you'll be able to use your gun is overall going to be more accurate because it has the combat stabilization when you're going less than 15 kilometers per hour. So when you're on that ridge line rocking your tank back and forth, when you're creeping up, you will benefit more from the combat stabilization. So it's going to be more of a tank that you hang around the ridges a bit more than like aggressively driving in, because right now with the hatch, you kind of have to assume people are going to pen it. With it going up by 28, you're going to be able to do some pretty good stuff too against all kinds of tanks. So interesting. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out in the actual games, though. I feel like it's overall nerf because of the mobility, so it'll be able to get around less. But if you're in a good spot, you're going to be stronger. So it's an interesting balance of how that tank is working. That is it for the American tanks. Now we're on to the last tech tree, USSR. There's a lot of tanks here too, so let us see what the changes are here. Object 268 to start. The gun is getting more accurate. The pen is going down, but I mean, 370 heat is still crazy. So it's not like the worst nerf you can have. And when you have calibrated shells, you know, you're still going to be able to cut through whatever you need to just fine. In the Object 268, I'm not really worried about that. And but the rotation speed is going down. Honestly, I think that's a good thing. But the fact that the gun is getting better, I don't know. I feel like having a more accurate gun, I feel like this is a buff to the Object 268. Obviously, all the turretless TDs needed to have rotation speed reduced, so that's a good thing, but I like a more accurate gun, so slight nerf, but I feel like the buff to the shot dispersion is going to feel quite nice for those playing the Object 268. Nothing else is changing about it, so it's still like got that really good speed. So the rotation speed isn't gonna, you know, the Object 268 doesn't really get circled too much, and with the speed, with the power to weight that it has right now, it feels pretty good. But I do feel like the flat rotation speed on these tanks is a good balancing thing to do. Overall, though, I think the tank will feel mostly the same, but that accurate gun is going to feel quite nice. All right, I'm gonna skip over the tier 9 tanks in terms of showing them on the screen. But next tank is Object 140. Average alpha for its main gun is going up to 310, but its reload time is going up. But honestly, it can be pretty difficult to get shells out every 5.3 seconds, so I feel like the 310 alpha damage buff is an overall buff to the gun for the 140, especially considering the pen is up on the AP and the heat shells. You'll still be able to perma-track tanks even with that 5.6 reload time, I feel. Especially when you're running adrenaline. Shot dispersion is also getting better, and its aim time only getting slightly worse, but with the shot dispersion buff, Object 140 is going to be quite the tank to try. It's going to be quite the fun tank to drive, I feel like. So I feel like the 140 is getting a buff, which is cool because I think it's an overlooked tank with the Leo being around right now. So we'll see how often the Object 140 is used, because remember, the Leo is going down to 7 degrees of gun depression, and looking at the 140 has 6 degrees of gun depression. So before it was a 2-degree difference between the two, and now it's just 1. And with this thing's reload in alpha, it'll be interesting to see. I think the Object 140 is going to be played more with these overall buffs to it. Alright, at the bottom left, the Object 260 is next. Shot dispersion is getting worse from 0.336 to 0.345. A bit of a bummer. Turret rotation speed is also getting slower, but the reload time is getting better. And it's getting combat stabilization mechanic. So your shot dispersion, even though it's worse, you're going to overall have shots that are more accurate with the combat stabilization mechanic. So with the reload time, I feel like this is a buff to the Object 260. It'd be interesting to see how it plays out and how it feels compared to like the E6, because it also has the combat stabilization mechanic. Alright, next up is the Object 268 version 4. It's just getting a penetration buff from 265 to 270. So it's a buff. I still do not like the gun on it. I feel like it is outclassed by something like the Object 268. So you won't really see me playing that all too much still. It's not getting like an alpha buff or anything, so yeah. There's that. And then quickly, the ST1 and the IS-8. ST1 is getting a nerf on its penetration, as is the IS-8, and that's really all there is to say about that. Those were two very, very strong tanks in Tier 9, so I think it's warranted that they got a bit of a nerf this time around. Alrighty. Object 907. This is the last set of tanks So we have made it to the end, folks. Let's look at this. Object 907. If I can find it on the list. Here we go. It's right in front of me. Power to weight is getting better. So it's going to be accelerating faster. Getting to that top speed faster. View range getting better. Going to be outspotting a lot of stuff now. Or being able to spot stuff better now and staying hidden. Reload time getting worse. So it's DPM is worse. But long term, I don't know. It's got a stronger turret than the 140, so I feel like it's still stronger. It may still be stronger than the Object 140. We'll see. And the rotation speed, though, is getting nerfed. But with the power to weight getting better, I don't know. I feel like it's going to be speedier. But its rotation, I don't know. I feel like this is a nerf with the DPM. It makes the 140 stand out more, honestly. So I think that's a good change. Object 907 is very strong. I think it's still going to be strong. It's probably going to feel relatively unchanged, but it's probably a good thing overall to have that less DPM. Alright, I mean, for balance purposes, obviously, if you like the 907, that's not a good, it's not a happy change for y'all. Did the IS-7 get nerfed or buffed? We are going to talk about that super soon, actually. Also, Aromatica just got here. Which changes are the ones you found more interesting or relevant? I'll do a recap because I'm almost done with going through each tank, and then I'll scan through these and point out my notable changes. Alright, 62A reload time is getting much worse by basically 0.4 seconds, whereas the Object 907 change was just by 0.2. So a much more significant much more significant nerf to the T62A's reload time. And the shell speed is going way down, and it does not have, like the 907 has this super snappy gun with the improved gunpowder, but the T62A does not have that option. So that's very interesting to see. I mean, the 907 shell velocity is what I'm looking for. Why does it not tell me? Aim time, dispersion, gun time. It's not telling me. I guess Blitz Kit will tell me what the 907 shell velocity is. 1,015, and the T62A is going below 1,000. T62A's gun always felt nice, and now it's not going to be so great. But it is getting improved engine power boost, so it's going to be able to rotate around the map better, which can help with your overall long game DPM repositioning somewhere important in using that really strong turret armor. I feel like the T62A is really strong right now, but I feel like overall this is a nerf to the 262A. Alright, T100 LT, we are down to the last 3 tanks here that are getting changes. T100 LT. Reload time is getting better. Penetration is getting a 5mm nerf to the main 2 shells that it has. The 2 AP shell types. Power to weight is getting better. Shot dispersion is getting slightly worse. With the reload time, though, shaving off just about 0.4 seconds. I feel like that's going to be good for the T100 LT, which is kind of lacking in DPM right now. And that slightly more power to weight means it's going to be even more speedy, which means you're going to get even more troll bounces. So I feel like overall it's a buff to the T100 LT, even with the shot dispersion nerf. It's just a 0.09 change. T100 LT getting speedier and more rapid fire, so pretty cool. Object 777. Something is going from 4.1 to 4.5. That's probably aim time. Let me look at this. What is 4.1? Blitzkit is saying that the aim time is 1.9 seconds. There's no way. This is not jiving. What's the 4.1 to 4.5? It's probably aim time. Whatever. Anyway, reload time is getting better, so more DPM. You're an already pretty solid DPM tank, and it's getting more terrain crossing capacity, which is going to help with how slow this thing rotates. So I feel like this is a potentially potential buff to this tank. It's going to be speedier. You're going to get more bounces on the sides of the tank. You're going to be able to get out of situations better. You're going to be able to get to your situations, to the battle and whatever, faster as well. Wait, is that terrain crossing capability though just on hard terrain? Let me check this out. Might change my opinion here on the Object 777. Yeah, so on the road it's just getting faster. Not on... Oh, but it is getting a little bit better on water, but the ground is staying the same, which is most of what you're driving on. But when you're in like town situations, it's going to feel a little bit speedier. It's going to have the better DPM as well, which is already sitting at 2870 with calibrated shells. So you're going to get close to 3k DPM. You'll exceed 3k most likely with rammer. Oh yeah, with rammer you're already at over 3021, so you may get close to that 3000 mark with calibrated shells now, which is pretty sweet. Alright, and last but not least... Oh wait, they're supposed to be... Oh no, this is not the last one. We still have... I'm like, we didn't talk about the IS-4 yet. Alright, so there's 4 more tanks left. Here we go. IS-7. Penetration is going down, interesting, by 4 millimeters. Interesting that it's like 251. I mean, this tank is so strong, it definitely needs some nerf, so that's one nerf. Another nerf is the max forward and reverse. You're gonna encounter the reverse nerf more than the max forward speed, because it's harder to get to that 42 max speed in a heavy tank of all things. But still, it's a nerf there, and I think the reverse speed is warranted for a tank that has such strong turret armor. And however, the reload time is going down by almost by 0.2 seconds, so it's getting more DPM, the IS-7. However, the armor on the lower plate is going from 150 to 139, so you're not going to be able to get those bounces on, like, see right here where you would get a ricochet because of the angle of that, even because it's 150. Right now it's going down to 139, so you're going to be able to actually pen that frontally, even when it's on an angle like this. Like when it's just poking the front or something like that, while it's backing up, trying to get, like you know, after it shoots, you're still reloading, you're going to be able to end this before it ducks behind cover. You're not going to just ricochet off of that. So I feel like that is a worthy nerf to the IS-7. It's more going to be more balanced now. It's not going to just be this, you just drive and shoot and people just get bounces all over. There's no nerf to the side of the tank though, so don't worry. You're still going to get random ricochets by people hitting this or hitting this, so don't worry, y'all. IS-7 is still going to be strong. You're just not going to be able to abuse poking and then ducking behind, because this lower plate, if it's exposed, it's going to be practically an instant pen for tanks now. Alrighty, last page. Here we go, the Object 263. Let's load that up. Click the wrong thing. The flag icons are so tiny, I just see red and I click it. Alright, Object 263. Rotation speed is getting nerfed, honestly, yes, because this thing would like basically bounce back and forth, and it's like, a tank should not be able to move like that. I mean, it's a tank. It almost felt like you were in Mad Games all the time when you see a 263. It's just like bouncing all over the place, and it makes the lower plate just like so troll, because even with auto aim, it's like it doesn't, like if you're aiming here, when you're rotating back and forth, the aim circle stays in the same spot, so you end up like just hitting this this track or whatnot, and you do like no damage to it. It's just so annoying. So the fact that it's not going to be able to wiggle around at such insane speeds is a good thing. The speed of the shells is going lower. I'm not really sure why. This thing doesn't have the best gun, but it is getting some improvements to the huge, very good improvements to the gun, which I think this actually needed. It needed less wiggle and more, and a more reliable gun, and I think that's exactly what this is getting. And the horizontal aiming angles, instead of the gun moving from side to side 7 degrees, it's now going to be 8, which is really good, because this, another thing with this tank, when you're playing it, you're aiming at a tank, and then you're just about to shoot, and then your whole tank shifts because you went the max amount over. So you're getting really effectively 2 degrees extra of rotation, because you get an extra rotation to the left and an extra rotation to the right. So I think that's a actual welcome change, and the aim time is getting better by 0.3 seconds. Object 263 is going to be a much more enjoyable tank to play. I never liked the gun so much. The rotation was like just kind of fun and troll, but we'll have to see how it plays. Pretty cool. Pretty cool changes to the 263, in my opinion. Alright, T22 medium. Let's see what they did to this thing. Reload time is getting better by basically by 0.2 seconds. It's funny, they did it by 0.19 instead of 0.2. It's interesting by the way that they are doing this. Power to weight is getting better, so it's getting faster. It's getting tungsten. Shot dispersion is getting worse, though. Shell speed reducing. Wow, they're really reducing the shell velocity on these medium tanks for USSR. Their guns were always quite reliable. Maybe they're going to get more bounces now, though, with the reduced shell velocity. They're going to feel less snappy for sure. Maybe they're trying to get people to use supercharger some more. Because everybody's just using enhanced gun lane drive with the 15% to aiming speed. I don't know what they're doing there. But interesting that they're doing stuff with dispersion and not making every shell just super fast. Which means distance is going to be is going to affect how these medium tanks fight those heavy tanks from those ridge lines and such. Scatter factor of the gun when the turret is rotated. So it's scattering more. Okay. Wow, armor is going from 110 to 118. That's pretty significant, especially if you are, if you're facing the tank straight on. You can basically pen the front. I don't know if you're going to be able to totally do that with AP shells, especially if you're in a medium or a light tank. It's going to be very interesting. And you're going to be seeing the T-22s wiggling back and forth even more than they do now because of how steep and interesting their armor is sloped and how it's more of a diamond shape instead of a flat shape like a lot of the other medium tanks in the game. So it's pretty unique. How the whole tank is kind of like triangles. It's just getting flat armor buffs everywhere except for let's see, it's getting a nerf. It looks like it's getting a nerf here from 100 to 90. So the lower plate, which is already at a steep angle, is getting less. So when you're poking stuff, I guess like when you're at an angle like this, people will more reliably be able to hit this corner right here. So we'll see how that ends up actually playing out. Overall, though, T-22 getting major buffs. I think we'll have to see how the shot dispersion affects the tank, but it getting tungsten shells with a 6.4 reload time, that's gonna have some serious competition with the WZ, the Chinese medium tank with its tungsten shells, and the KPZ with its tungsten shell. With this thing being much more armored than those other tanks. Wow, T-22 may be seeing a lot more. All right, and last but not least, the IS-4. Going from 140 to 149. I don't think that's going to be a huge difference on the front armor here. But the fact that these sides, like at this kind of an angle, are going to be red a lot more. Like this area here is going to turn red sooner. you may be able to do a little bit of side scraping now in this thing. Because this will be red instead of a easy pen. But I mean, people are probably just going to load heat and butter right through that anyway. But still going to be interesting to see how that plays out. But the more interesting thing than the armor, which is, you know, it's a buff, but it's nothing crazy. I mean, 149 is not a lot of... not a ton of armor when it's flat like that, but these sides are going to be much harder to pen. Like, see, I have heat loaded, which is 330, and at this angle it's impenetrable now. But hold down IS4 is going to be a lot better too, so who knows, that extra 9 may be really good for the IS4. I think just in terms of side scraping and tanks who are not directly facing you, like from the side, like right now this is instant pen, but later it may not be at a pretty good angle. So cool buff to the armor, definitely needed on the IS4. Reload time is going down by basically 0.4 seconds. 0.38. DPM going up, and HP going up, max speed going up, power to weight going up, and this thing has engine power boost. This thing is going to be able to push stuff better. Like, what is the armor on the IS7? Main armor on the front is on the hull is 150. Oh wow, okay. So, but the thing with the IS7 is it's got it's angled in the more the diamond shape, so I feel like that's more effective than what the IS4 has. But IS4 is going to be the IS4 and IS7 are now much closer than they were before. The IS4 having that speed boost means you can get it around the map more, and it's going to have really solid DPM because the IS4 already has 2800 DPM, so it's going to be, and that's with a gun rammer. So with calibrated shells, 2675, not bad at all. Wow. IS4 is going to be definitely experimented with a lot more now. It's going to be a lot more effective hold down. Very cool, honestly. But you know, it's got 6 degrees of gun depression, where I think the IS7 has 7 degrees of gun depression, so... Oh no, the IS7 has 6 degrees, so very, very interesting. IS4 gonna be quite the formidable tank. Hold down now. Wow. And with that speed, I feel like it's gonna be more flexible than the IS7. Wow, very interesting, folks. And that, my friends, is all of the tanks that are getting updates. There were a few that were not touched, and one of the notable ones is the E5. Super strong tank. I think it's quite balanced how it is. So it'll be interesting to see how all of this plays out. And now we're going to just do a little bit of a recap from these tanks on which ones I feel were notable. So we'll start back up at the top here. Notable nerfs on this page. What's notable is the WZ 113 getting that nerf, which is quite good. Nothing else on this page really stood out to me too much. Another notable one was how strong the 121B is getting with the extra 10 thickness on the front plate, the upper plate, and extra 12 on the turret cheeks, which are already difficult to hit. So it's going to feel like facing an STB on flat ground. On this page here, notable is the nerf to the Progetto 65. And I feel like we have finally something for the CS63. We'll see if it's enough though. Adaptive concealment will make it a more sneaky. The VZ55, super excited for the auto loading gun. Even though the alpha is being reduced by 10, the other shell types were not being nerfed. So like it now has it's a higher alpha M6 Yelp. It's lower to the ground. Even though it has 4 seconds between shells, if you've played the 252, the Object 252 in tier 9. Oh, sorry, the 752 in tier 9. You'll know that the 4-second reload doesn't totally harm you, because if there's a push happening and you can VZ55 can be super cool to try out and play. So really notable change to the VZ55. Another notable change to me is the AMX M4 getting an armor buff and a reload time buff and a reactive armor consumable buff. Like, that's insane. I don't know why this tank is getting buffed so much. If I was going to buff anything about the AMX M4, it would not be the armor and HP by means of reactive armor or reload time. It would be making the gun a bit better. But this thing is going to just be a shoving machine. It won't care. It will just soak up shells. Like, I don't know. Heavy tanks with lots of HP getting reactive is crazy to me. So AMX M4 very notable. No notable, obviously, the Batchat getting nerfed. I feel like it's a pretty balanced nerf, and I think with the changes they've made, it would be interesting to see if we're going to see more 4-shell tanks, more 4-shell loadouts being there, because it's going to have more pen, and it's going to have or maybe not necessarily more pen, but it's going to have the AP shells still, whereas the 3-shell is getting APCR. Foch is also notable with how much more armor it's getting, and that it's doesn't have, in that it's getting a lot slower. With the improved engine power boost though, that'll be very interesting. And hello to Top Gun Blitz, joining the chat. It's no problem. Tanks, and I'm just noticing that the chat is hiding the picture here of the Foch. So let me quickly hide chat so you can see all of those armor changes. So both of these tanks are pretty notable in their changes. I did a deep dive at the beginning of the video, and now we're just doing like a highlights recap. I think the grill is actually a notable change because it got buffed in several areas. I think it'll be more fun to play than it has before. Nothing else super notable on this, but potentially the KPZ getting the aim time buff, but I don't know how I feel about the penetration nerf. Obviously on this page, notable things are the Leopard and the E50 Leopard, I'm going to not totally say it's a huge nerf because it's got the gear oil provisions and the adaptive concealment mechanic. I think it's going to be a really sneaky tank still. And the alpha is still nice. The reload time is still nice despite it getting a nerf. But being able to know who spots you instantly and be able to get away after 7 seconds is going to be really a neat way to play the Leopard in a very sneaky way. E50 is just going to be broken. I don't like the changes at all. E50M is just going to be a toxic tank to fight. And then the E100 I think is notable just because of how much more comparable the smaller gun is with how it slashed basically 2 seconds off of its reload. So it's an E100 with DPM. Can be very interesting. It'll probably outshine the mouse in that regard of like just being able to do stuff in the battle. And like its power to weight increased too. Like E100 very interesting. Notable change here is for the Japanese line of tanks, I think, is the Type 71 getting that 400 alpha for its gold shells. Like, that's crazy. Notable things for the British tanks. A lot of stuff got nerfed, but I think the notable ones are the ones on this page. The Chieftain Mark 6, Super Conqueror, and Vickers. Super Conqueror having more DPM but a worse gun. I think it'll be fun to really try that out. Like, once you get into a position, it can really just start buttering through tanks. Chieftain Mark 6 with a massive 200 pen for Hesh. That'll deal 470. So obviously sometimes you'll roll 500. So its DPM in that regard is going to be crazy. Even if you just get 2 or 3 Hesh shells out, your DPM is going to be crazy good. You're just going to have to use the gear oil provisions that you get on it to kind of go kind of mid or medium side to get shots on those heavy tanks from the side, because frontally Chieftain's not going to do anything to heavy tanks now. So that's a notable change for sure. And how the aim time got worse. So it's going to be really interesting to play the Chieftain Mark 6. And the Vickers Light getting Hesh for its premium rounds and the better aim time, faster reload. You're going to be able to permatrack people in the Vickers even more. And you're going to be able to use some Hesh stuff. So when you get into when you have like another tank with you brawling a medium tank or flanking a tank destroyer or something, is going to be devastating if the Vickers is the one flanking you. Very, very cool stuff, I think, for the Vickers Light. For the American tanks, M60 and from M48 pattern are like battling it out again. I think the M60 is interesting with the improved engine power boost, and the Sheridan got massive buffs, I think. So Sheridan is another notable one to look out for. Concept 1B just getting flat better with its DPM capability, and I think that's going to really make the tank even better than it has before. XM got a slight nerf, but not totally notable. Concept 1B though, for sure. M6 finally getting a nerf, but I wonder if the nerf is going to be too much because of how bad the aim time is. And then the E6 kind of not being able to chase medium tanks. Like, it allows medium tanks to get away from the E6, so I think that's a good change. And at the same time, medium tanks can't totally bully the E6 because if the E6 is sitting on a ridgeline, it's going to be much harder for those tanks to pen the hatch now. But overall, I think the E6 got a slight nerf because of the power to weight gonna be interesting to see how effective or not the E6 is when these changes come out. And then in terms of the USSR tanks, I think the Object 140 change is crazy because the Object 140 gun is already good and it's getting quite a bit better. And the pen is getting better. And the only thing that's changing is the reload. The reload time is getting slightly worse, but I think the 140 is going to be shown a lot more. The other notable thing here is Object 260 getting combat stabilization and more DPM. Notable is the IS-7 finally getting a nerf, especially to the lower plate, which is a very welcome thing. It's crazy how strong it is now. I don't think it should ever have been that strong. So that's, to me, the notable thing there. And then the T100 LT actually getting some DPM and slightly more speedy. And they balance that out with changing the shot dispersion to be worse. So you're not going to be able to do those far range shots as reliably. I think the notable things here is actually the Object 263 having a workable gun, with the horizontal aiming being better, the primary shell type being AP now instead of APCR, and the aim time being 0.3 seconds better. So Object 263 notable, and to me the T22 is also notable in how it's getting stronger armor basically all around, and its reload time is getting better. The only real nerf that it's getting is the shell speed and slightly worse scatter factor of the gun when the turret is rotated. But I mean, the armor buffs, the T22 medium is going to be just pretty crazy, honestly. It's going to get way more bounces from medium and light tanks, which if you get bounces from medium and light tanks and then you're putting in more shells into them instead, that's a huge advantage for your team. T22 can be very strong, I think. And then the IS-4 with its armor buffs and better speed and power to weight and HP and reload time, it's going to be very comparable to the IS-7 now, and will be used a lot more. And I think you'll see even comp teams picking it up and trying it out in strats. It's just because it's so much more mobile than the IS-7 now than ever before, and it still has the improved engine power boost, and it can hold down like an IS-7 now. So that's the quick overview of those tanks. I hope you enjoyed seeing all of that, and will consider playing some of those tanks that I called out based on the changes that are happening. It's going to be very cool to see all of these tanks changed and updated and whatnot. So with that, it is time to turn off those balance changes, and we are going to now play some games. We're going to play probably going to play tanks that are getting nerfed. So, but before we do that, we are going to take about 3.5 minute break. I'm going to get some food, and we will be back with some gameplay. Alrighty, y'all. See you real soon. Alrighty, folks. We are back. We are going to play some tanks that are going to be nerfed next update. So, or like significantly changed. That may be a nerf. So we'll for sure play the Chieftain Mark 6. We're going to play the VZ 55 because that's significantly changing. We're going to play the 113 GFT because that's getting a nerf. We're going to play, obviously, the Bat Chat because that's getting a nerf. We may play the Leo because that's getting a bit of a nerf. We're not going to play the E50M because that's getting a massive buff. We're going to... We'll play the JG because that's, I feel like, getting a general nerf also. Let's take a look at any of the American tanks that are getting nerf. We'll play the M6 Yo because that's getting a nerf for sure. Like a big nerf. None of these other tanks are. German, the Leo and the JG are getting nerfs. VK is getting nerfed, but it's nothing like crazy. USSR. IS-7's getting nerfed, but it's not like crazy. I feel like it's more of a balancing nerf. T-62A is kind of getting a nerf. So we'll do that. British tanks, Chieftain Mark 6. Was the only thing notable that from that. Type 71's getting buffed. STB is kind of getting nerfed, so we may play that, we may not. Chinese tanks. WZ is getting nerfed. The others, not really. Or nothing super noteworthy. A lot of these tanks are getting buffed. AMX 30B is getting nerfed a bit, but I don't think it's going to be something super huge. The Caro is getting nerfed. Alright. How many tanks do I have pinned? 14. Alrighty. Wait, why do I have these tanks pinned? Alright, 10 tanks. Here we go. We'll just go in order from left to right. So the M6 Yo can be getting a pretty substantial nerf soon on its aim time and its frontal armor, but it is getting slightly faster. The consumables are going to help because it'll get that aim circle down quickly, but we're gonna see how different it ends up being in. But these changes are not coming for another four weeks, so. But I think these are some of those notable nerfs that are coming into the game. Okay, they've got a 183 JG 140 Sheridan E6 Vickers WZ 121. I feel like with those tanks and with all of ours, we may just hang left right from the get-go. Leopard's taking that initial early spotting position, so I'm gonna go over here. Hope I don't get spotted. Kind of stick in this bush right here and whoa. Okay. I got extremely unlucky there. I should have put on vertical calibration, honestly. I got spotted from that Sheridan. That's crazy. Yeah, the E6 is over there. So the only thing I have to worry about are tank destroyers. But I think I will be able to catch these guys off guard. Nice. 930 taken off of that E6. Only taking 300 in return. Perhaps with the extension I would be able to get other shells out, but not totally sure about that. Okay, maybe we can hit this Vickers. Alright, unfortunate that our first shell did not go through and pen the Vickers, but we still have plenty of tanks on the lower side. The 140 may just try to flank me here, which I don't really like. Do not like. So we're gonna pull back and kind of push on the two tanks that our team is close by. I don't know what our two guys over there are doing at all. I think our 183 is AFK. So it's really a 4-on-4. Let's try to push this though, shall we? Yeah, we don't want to be by the rapid fire 140. Come on, team, get this Sheridan. Let's go. Come on, 140. He did not have to take the shot like that. Great, we have a 183 right here. How did that second shell bounce? How did that actually bounce? Alright, we are on a one shot to like everybody. Oh no, I did not think they were coming down here. Okay, let's try to get two shells into this 183 at least. Come on, team. Ah, 183 finally woke up. That's nice. Well, we may lose that. Oh well. It's annoying to have a AFK tank on your team and you can do absolutely nothing to stop it. If the 183 got one shell out during the middle of that game, we would have easily won. Maybe I should have prioritized going for the 140. Just knew he was gonna come and get me. Let's see what we can do in the Leopard 1, though. And I really got robbed by RNG on the Sheridan. I had bounced him on my first shell, which should have penned easily. And at the end, I should have cleared the Sheridan, but instead, it just bounced the mantlet. So unfortunate. So imagine the aim time being even worse than it was. Also, why is the queue time so long? And I was using this consumable delivery system. I think the 33% longer may have actually been the way to go, because I could have gotten a second round of 2 shells going out. Yeah, I know about with the Leo kind of getting nerfed, but it's getting 2 pretty good things in return. The Leo it's getting the gear oil provisions, which may negate some of that power to weight issue, giving it more engine power, another 6%. And it'll make that rotation speed better too. But honestly, you know, the 1 degree of gun depression reduction and the DPM reduction is still significant, but it is getting adaptive concealment, which is going to make it a sneakier tank. Why is the queue time so long? I don't want to put on... Oh, that was toggled on. Alright, let's change that. Fight against PC players. Try harding. Wow, we're still getting a long queue time, even though there's 40 people in the queue. Come on, folks, it shouldn't be that difficult to put a Leo of all tanks into the battle. Do not like this map. Not a great map for the Leo. We have a lot of mobile heavies though. Hopefully our team will go left. They've got an E100 and a 183, whereas we don't. So they're gonna be slower to getting over here. So hopefully we can control this side ASAP. Alright. Somebody shoot the CS-63. It's a free tank. We should take advantage of that. They've got an AFK T-54E1. Watch him shoot me. K91 is poking. Nice 450 max roll. May have to worry about that E100 soon. Let's put... I was gonna say let's put one more shell into the K91, but did not realize this M103 was very much blocking our path. We were able to avoid the hit from the E100. This is a easy win for our team. Thankfully, team went with us to this side. Should be able to get another easy shell into this guy. Then he will poke us because he wants to hit us for damage. Oh, this is the last guy. Why am I not rushing him? Oh, he's not shooting me. Sweet. I might die. Yeah, we got the 450 max roll though. Let's go. Let's go. So yeah, noticing how we had the mobile tanks and they had the slow tanks like the 183 and the E100. Thankfully our whole team went left and crushed the tanks that went that way. And they had a AFK T-54E1, which did not help them at all. And all of our guys did over 1K. With our DPM, we were able to get to that 4.4. So it's definitely going to be a bummer when this does not have the DPM that it does today. Wow, you need a lot of tickets to get one of these sand globes. Not sure if I'm gonna get that because I did the review for y'all instead of all the new tanks. Yeah, getting 4K in the Leo is nice. All right, JG, it's getting a nerf. Its aim time is worse by 0.4 seconds. It's getting less HP by 150. Reload time is going up by 0.5 seconds basically. And the only thing that it has positive going for it is 280 millimeters of armor on the sides of the turret, which is going to help the tank in those close range engagements. You can turn your tank to the side and get those, like even on flat ground, if you're angled like this, you're going to be getting bounces on the sides, whereas previously you had to angle quite a bit before that would be a non-pen. But we get mines on with the JG, so what are we gonna even do? What are we going to do? We are going to try and turn off auto aim, just have HE loaded in case the medium decides to poke this. There's usually somebody pokes it, right? Right. Alright, nobody coming that way. We have a Chieftain Mark 6 and an E3 doing kind of nothing over there on the right side for now. AMX 50 being very aggressive. What is he doing? Come on, team. Thank you. See, look at this E5 trying to pen me. See, look, he was trying to hit the side of my turret there because he has good heat pen. I don't know if he would have been able to pen that with the new changes coming. Let's just load high explosive and just hit this guy. Oh, sweet! We got damage into both of their tanks. Why do I only have 2 high explosive shells left? That's my main question. I don't think I can hit that 183 over there. You know what? I think I may, if those guys are kept spotted, I can do some good work against those tanks. Yes, please keep them spotted. Please. Come on, gun. Here we go. Clear. No, you're kidding me. It hits the track. And imagine that the reload is going to be a whole 0.4 seconds longer. Like, your RNG in this thing is going to be ridiculous. As in ridiculously bad. Ugh. Come on, they're not giving me any shots now. Maybe that doesn't matter. Maybe I just drive over. Oh, but they have a 183. They have a 183. Oh, goodbye, E5. Okay, at least we won this game. There's too many players who play this tank too far back. But oh, obviously this can always be risky. Where's the 183? Come on, where's the 183? I'm just gonna get nuked by the 183. Okay, good. The 183 is over there. Come on, please don't miss this one. Alright, good. At 806, even though we couldn't see the lower plate of the 60 behind the bush, we were still able to get that. Solid pen. Why is this thing losing HP though? Like, it's so slow. Ugh. Okay, he's gonna take it from me. No, he's not! I will take that 88 damage. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Don't shoot me, 60. Come on, don't shoot me. Don't shoot me. Not me. Shoot somebody else. No, the 1-2. I felt like the 121B was gonna pull in front of me, so I rushed that shot. Ugh. I could have gotten, 800 more damage. Oh well. Not a bad game for for mines with the JG, honestly. medium tanks driving in front of me. That's like the thing. When this tank is pushing, you know, other tanks are often pushing with you. And like, with you being so slow, you're trying to get to a position and then like somebody else cuts in front of you so often in this tank. It is really tough. How did two of their guys do 0 damage? Oh, because the E5 was looking at me. And the AMX-50 drove in front of me. So, because they drove in front of me, this is why they did 0. Still, they should have done something. Alright, T-62A getting a nerf. With the DPM going quite a bit down. I'm looking at the pictures here. And shell velocity going way down. The only thing it's getting in return is the improved engine power boost. So you may be able to rotate around and stuff, and the gun is still accurate and whatnot, but, you know. This gun feels snappy now, and when you kind of hurt the gun, you kind of hurt my feelings. But, such is life in Blitz. Stuff just changes. I feel like they change a lot now, though, in Tier 10. Whoa. Am I spotted? Rats, I'm spotted. Maybe no TDs, though. Okay, there is a TD. Nice, a tortoise. Depending on where the Sheridan goes, I may be able to work this tortoise. Not with that kind of gun depression, though. Do I have any support over here? No, I feel like the Sheridan's gonna come over. Oh wait, I do have support now. Wait, what is this? Oh no, oh no, oh no. That was my fault. We have lost a tank destroyer. Star catcher hit the Sheridan, so Sheridan may run away, which is good for us. I was still spotted. I was like instantly spotted. Honestly though, I should not have poked that. So there's more than one tank back there. I am rotating out for sure. This is where I would use engine power boost immediately right here to get to these 2 tanks with the heavies right now. T100 LT is also moving there from the back. We gotta clear out these guys fast because we have a 4-on-2, which means the other of our tanks are at a major disadvantage right now. Come on, y'all. Let's go, let's go. Come on.
Enemy armor is damaged.
I should have known that that would have bounced. Sheridan has so much space armor, so that, but I did not even hit the hull there.
Enemy is hit.
We are losing this badly. What in the world is our team? I think... Okay, that did pen, yeah. Okay, it's a 3 on everybody. What in the world? Team is the worst. Oh, really? He moved his gun up because he saw me aiming at that? That's crazy, man. This is ridiculous. Ridiculously bad. I'm sorry, 50. I cannot do anything to help you. Where's the E75 go? What?
One of our trucks was hit. They're hit. Enemy is hit.
Yeah. Nothing you can do with a team like that. That was nuts. What was that gameplay, y'all? That was YOLO gameplay. We drove over into their side. I'm meaning the team, drove into their side for no reason. Our heavies left the TDs. So the TDs couldn't do anything. They had to drive up and expose their tanks. Ugh, that was pain. T62A though, getting nerfed. It'll be interesting to see with the speed, but when I said I was going to use this engine power boost, that only would have helped me get to that position faster. It would not have changed the outcome of that. Yeah, I mean, touching every tank and tweaking things like in these small ways is difficult, especially for people not keeping up with what's going on. But maybe they're just trying to keep things interesting, trying to find a sweet spot for a tank. But I mean, if you're changing every tank all the time.
Let's get this show on the road.
At least this time it wasn't every tank. I think last time it was every tank, but they left a few tanks out of the update. Also, why do I still have the Leo up on Blitz kit? Chieftain Mark 6. Why is our whole team going heavy side? Oh, dude.
Penetrate their armor.
Like, I can't even pen that. Like, I won't be able to pen an E50 next update with this thing. Unless I happen to have a shot at the lower plate. Maybe. What? And this gun is gonna have worse aim. Tracked, very important there. Use a repair kit. But our WZ YOLO'd and destroyed his tank for free. Nice job, Hot. Okay, everybody is coming over here now. I need to get out of here. Our guys really need to start pushing on the other side. Like, come on, y'all. What are our guys doing? And E50 has crazy heat pen, so like... I'm just gonna get farmed out here where our heavy tanks just continue yodeling around. Like, what even is this? Farwa's gonna farm me out. See, like, you cannot hit the E50M. Our guys cleared one heavy tank so far. Good job, guys. But we lost. I guess I should have just went heavy side. But I did not expect our WZ, the strongest TD in the game, to YOLO like that. Not at all a showcase of the current Chieftain Mark 6. But we must move on. Literally, these teams are impossible. Also, hello to Ignatius. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, gotta love a player like that, WC. He just totally ruined that side. But honestly, we were outnumbered on that side. And we outnumbered the heavy tanks on the other side, but our heavy tanks, like, did not capitalize on the things that were happening on the other side of the map. Gotta always look at what your team, especially when your team is split, how the split is going. And if you've, and especially in heavy tank, and especially in enemy tanks being spotted, because if you see that there's something unbalanced, like there's a ton of red tanks, it was like 5v3 that we had, then you better be pushing the heavy side. ASAP. You gotta clear those tanks and help create a crossfire. Or rotate back to spawn to help everybody out. 245 damage. Very, very low. Oh, we hit that. Sweet. 262. I like it. What is this 262A though? Wait. He hit my hatch. No way. Oh, it's hated player. Okay. Oh, I should have used high explosive. Imagine. I did not expect him to run away at that point. Okay, Sheridan is... Oh, I shot the rock. Whoops. Progetto, you gotta get out of there, man. Progetto, get out of there. Okay. I'm not really worried about the JG and the grill, honestly. I'm worried about the push that's happening on our heavy side. They're being pretty aggressive over here, and they definitely need some help on this side. They are going down quickly. So let us put our adrenaline on. We're going to try to get another shell into the concept for free. Hopefully not take anything in return. We do not. So that's good. It's good. E5, we should have a shot here for free. What? No, I used the wrong shell. Are you kidding me? Okay. Okay, good. We still cleared him out. That was almost a huge mistake on my part. Where is that hated guy? Concept 1B is not in a threatening position right now.
Enemy armor is damaged.
Okay, I don't like my position anymore because I have this JG here. Let's try to clear him out. And that's where he went. Let's try to play with this T62A here, shall we? Nice, we get a bounce. Fall back, man.
Enemy is hit. Enemy armor is damaged. We've lost the track. We're immobilized. Punch right through their armor. Enemy vehicle knocked out.
Ugh, this isn't so annoying.
Enemy is hit.
We did the best we could there. Also, people were being crazy annoying in chat, of course, because they don't know how to talk or play the game. Got a nice 4K damage again. It's just a bummer that like our Super Conqueror and even our Grill 15 missed that shell on the concept. I would not have taken another 400 damage and maybe I don't know. It's just a lot of stuff. Could have done really well in that game with the STB. As you can see, this STB is just very, very nice. Alright, let's see what we can do here. Oh, I did not get up to here fast enough. Can we get this? Yes! Very nice, very nice, very nice. Alright, JG is crossing. Super Conqueror is being interesting here. Oh wait, STB may back up. He may back up, he may back up. He may back up a little bit more. Come on, man. Come on, I just know that the STB is gonna go back up. Come on. Come on, guys, pressure him, pressure him. Just pressure the STB. Come on, just a little more. Yes! Yes! Come on, guys. Pressure A side. Push left, y'all. I've got this side covered right here. I even have a shot on this JG who's pointing his lower plate in a position for me to better hit. Just need folks to go to the left side. Might be able to snag a shot on this E5. Imagine if that hit. Yes, I am pressuring you right here. Shoot me once. Don't care. I shoot at this STB. He'll probably hit me once. Oh no, he doesn't. I only took one hit so far. Let's go. Alright, 2 hits. Look at how much HP I still have. Oh yes, 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 yes. 2, 1. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes, another 900 roll. Let's go. As you can see, this is why this tank is being nerfed, because it can do stuff like this. We also had the hated player on our team. Oh, I want the Sheridan, but it looks like I have to go for the JG instead. No, the AMX may get it. Yes, it's for us instead. We'll probably have max top damage on the team this game. Sweet. Oh, and I keep forgetting to change the tank in the corner. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm usually better at that. But I'm playing a different tank each game, so. Solid 3,800 damage. So here we are in a platoon now. We're going to be in the bat chat next. Yeah, so on that previous game, I was wondering, like, how did that guy, how did the T-62A hit my STV hatch? Because he was aiming for a while and he planned that shot. Hello to that one gamer in chat as well. Welcome, welcome. Alright, so I am being bat chat, if I can find it. Here we go. Okay. They have a bat chat also. Oh no, are you kidding me?
Enemy is hit. We've just stinged them.
What are we supposed to do over here with against all of these tanks with no heavy tanks in sight. Do we hold here or do we wait for the Come on, pull up, pull up, pull up. Come on. I have no shots on the AMX 50. Yeah. We have a literal E100 and an E6. I'm definitely proxy spotted. This is ridiculous. Like, actually ridiculous. Like, what is our E6 doing over here? What is he doing over here? Right, at least we hit him there. This is just absolutely ridiculous. Our heavy completely through that game. Let's try to track him here.
Enemy armor is damaged. They're hit. Enemy on fire. We didn't even scratch them.
Well, this is annoying. Oh yeah, let's go.
Destroy. Track hit. Penetration. We finish him off.
Ah, he hits that second shot. Oh well, oh well. Why did our team not go right? So disappointing. Oh, they were a platoon. Completely through the entire game. So unfortunate. Like, why? Yeah, I definitely love the bat chat too. The E100 and the E6 went so far right, and they didn't even go. So they went so far left, and they didn't even apply pressure to the enemy team. They stayed in town area trying to snipe the M60. Like we even tried to kind of semi-hold that right side. The Emil, myself, T62A, one of the TDs, hoping they would apply some pressure and like maybe half the team would, their team would get farmed out or something, because E6 is a good tank, but no. So then myself and the platoon mate, we had to go along the backside to apply that pressure because we were getting overrun by their heavy tanks. Because what are medium tanks going to do against hull down heavy tanks charging you? Just the worst. I was bummed that AMX at the end hit me twice, and that the bat chat hit me twice. I thought that rock that I was toward was not so steep on the other side of it. I usually don't have to run that so far away on the map for games like this. But yeah. Alright, this should be an interesting game with the Origin player playing the AMX 30B.
Time to roll out.
I think though, if I hang to the right T62A, I have the most gun depression of the group. It's a real bummer that this thing is losing a degree next update. Like you won't be able to do this. I feel like the Leo is going to poke this again. Oh, let's go. Bomb spotted. Bummer. Okay, Origin is actually running. Can I get a shell? No, I cannot get a shell. Okay, we gotta take out this DPM.
Penetration.
I'm gonna get farmed by a JG in the back. Oh, that helps. I will take some cover. Yes, I will.
Critical hit.
How about a track shot first? And then another track shot. A third one would be awesome. No, what? That didn't pen? Okay, I'm not getting support here right now.
Damaged.
I guess there's a hesitation. Yeah, let's get this JG. 2, 1. I should be able to get a second shell comfortably in a second. Oh, the fact that that missed. Cringe. 62A finished him off. 268 is moving in now. I'll clear this TVP with my platoon mate with some. Alright, good stuff. This is a random matchmaker for ya. Yes, it is. Oh, we were ready. We were ready for that. Like, look how these Origin guys play. They only poke the smallest portion of their tank away. All right, let's get this. Let's clear this guy. Let's just try to jump on top of this guy. That would be fun. All right, got the win. That was that battle was healing based on how the previous battle went, and I of course didn't have the Caro in the corner, so my bad. All right, BZ 55. Here we go. Bushka streamed this week on NA server. He lost like 4 in a row. His teams were so bad that he pulled out his guitar midstream to cool off. NA server is from what I can see, it's a different breed. There's a lot of unpredictability. Okay. What are we going to do this game? Against us, heavy-wise, we've got a 0 0 gun depression, WZ-113, so he's probably going to go medium side. The Kron may go heavy side, and the 60 may go heavy side, but I feel like we may have an advantage on this side. Just going to be cautious in case they decide to come this way. And all I have behind me is a Foch. Kron has been spotted. Oh, interesting. Oh, rats. Unfortunate that the high explosive shell did not land. However, not the end of the world. Maybe you gotta get a shot on this M48. Let's go. Nice 513. Into the 48. I don't feel good, though, about the heavy situation that may be over here. Can anyone hit this grill here? I can. Let's go. 539. We are whittling them down, which is great. I'll just put 182 into that guy. Block 2 shells. Very nice. Oh, beautiful, team. Beautiful. I feel like my best play right now is to YOLO this Kron before he gets his shells back and keep driving this way a little bit to avoid the 4005 YOLO. And then I may get a shell into the AMX-30B soon once he backs up. Unfortunate that I did have a shot there. Here's the grill. Alright, at least the Foch is going, though. Foch should have him, which means I can go back. I need to help the backside. T-62A is running, which is good. I'm coming, but I don't know if I'm coming in time. Come on, Foch, get that. Okay. Alright, it's the 3-on-5. Most of our guys are over here. 3-on-4. They're probably gonna go in for a YOLO right now. WZ-113 is gonna get a nice surprise from me. Nice. Now let's reposition here so we don't give him any free shots on us. Just keeping it nice and steady here. Yeah, that's right. Oh yeah, beautiful. Played that one well against these guys again. Well played by T-62A. I shouldn't have fired so quickly. I should have assumed that he would have hit my track there. But, good stuff. We beat that platoon twice now, which is quite satisfying. Both pulled out. over 3k. T62 got the 4k there. Super nice. As you can see, the T62A is just like real strong right now. All right, let's play. You know, I think the VZ worked out quite nicely that game. I think we can play that again. It was nice to be able to hit those match shots onto the WZ-113 because we were elevated above his tank, so it's good stuff. And I liked the way we were able to drive past the 113 on our way to join the focus fire on the other tank. That was nice. What was the other tank? The 60 TP. Because the 113 would have to drive all the way up to then shoot my tank some more. Alright, what's the play here? What's the play here? AFK heavies. Since we've got the AFK heavies, let me try to wake one of them up. Because their guns went down, so that means they should have loaded into the game. Alright, I may try... I was gonna say I may try something risky, but, they've got an E100 sitting at the TD area, which is very interesting. Can I hit the E100 again? Oh, what? STB had a shot angle on me? Alright, our heavies have woken up.
Enemy is hit.
Don't really have shots on the STB right now. Who do we go for is the question. Because our heavies are just in the weirdest positions. Oh, nice, another shell into them.
We hit them hard.
Oh, I totally messed that shot up. I'm sorry, team. Oh, beautiful. What's not beautiful is our team needing so much assistance.
Enemy vehicle knocked out. One of our trucks was hit.
I need help with this guy right here. Did he shoot his last shell? He shot his last shell. This is our opportunity to get the minnow. He's still on a reload. He's still on a reload. Oh, he bounces. This is huge. I know I can't help you right now.
Enemy destroyed. Our loader is gone. We can't fire as fast.
Okay, I want to try and get away from the E100. I need to track him. I need to track him very badly.
Critical hit. Destroyed.
That's so... Perhaps I should have left the minnow But I mean, our heavies had such a late start to the game. Just really unfortunate. And our 54, even though he played way back there, he got nothing, man. If you're second line back and you do 0 damage, that is actually crazy. I was wondering if he was going to suggest that I play like a medium tank or something, but I mean we've been doing well in the VZ. Honestly. Let's see what Blitzstar says we've been doing. In the VZ, I feel like 66% win rate. Oh no, that was just our second game in it. But I mean, we've averaged, we did over 3K both games, so it's not bad. Maybe we'll go back to the Caro if our medium tanks are do not do what they need to. But I'm actually kind of happy I'm not in a medium tank in this on this map. The Stritzfon is getting mega nerfed next update. It's actually crazy. Oh, I missed. Obviously I had to rush that shot because of how short the Sheridan was going to be there. And it's not like I would be wasting DPM or positioning with that move, so. Okay, who actually hit me? A Skoda in... If the Skoda is there, that means I can push through the middle with the Leo onto some of these guys here. Oh, shooting the Sheridan was way more worth it than the other. Let's do a little side scraping action. Oh, I was robbed. I should have hit that. Alright, cool. We're pushing this guy over here. Object can't get to us fast enough, so this concept is going down.
Enemy is hit.
Oh, thank you, concept.
The track is damaged.
Alright, medium tank will finish him off.
Enemy armor is
Tracked him good, keeping him in place. I still have more HP, so I'm gonna make 62 take a hit if something happens. Oh no!
that one didn't go through.
My bad missing that shot.
Penetration.
Oh really? The E4 went for me? I mean, I guess it makes sense. Yeah. This tank has decent armor. Especially the upper plate. It's very good. They still got that E100 over here somewhere. There he is. Alright, I want to hit this Skoda T50. That would be epic. Oh, beautiful! 600. Very nice. I like that shot. I like it. I like it. Let's save that one actually to an instant replay. Whoops. That was showing. I need to have a better label for these things. Where is the Sheridan? Aha! Yes, yes, yes. I knew if I crossed there that the Sheridan was just gonna finish me off, so I did not let that happen. Oh wait, he waited. Of course, now he pokes. Come on, 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 come on. Oh wow, who cleared that? Oh, WZ did. Alright. Sweet. Sweet. Alrighty, thank you, Top Gun, for checking out the stream tonight. Appreciate it. Alright, we still did over 3k damage. Alright, so now let's watch the instant replay of this crazy 600 damage shot into the Skoda. Boom! Very nice. This tank with 2 shots with that mechanic, I feel like it's going to be quite the cool experience. And it's going to contrast a lot to the Yo that's not going to have a lot of accuracy. Alright, alright.
Let's go.
I feel like we've got some... They've got very mobile heavies. So I actually... They may all be med side. Look at that! I called it! Look at that! Reading it like a pro. Oh man, our leopard is just dying for no reason. Thanks, Leo. Okay. Literally threw his tank away. Come on. Come on, Rhino, poke it. Right, high explosive shell. Unfortunate. WZ is out in the open because E75 took forever to get here. I want to shoot the STB initially. Oh, beautiful. Took a risk to bait the shell from the 183. It paid off. Oh, beautiful tracking shot. Oh, he's cleared. Let's go. We are coming back in this game. Let's try to get this Skoda with a high explosive. Nope, can't do the high explosive. Sweet, sweet, sweet. We are coming back from this, y'all. We played this smart. Alright, we should be able to clear this chieftain. I can take a hit. Easy. We just need this E75 to pen this. Sweet. Oh, beautiful. We stayed alive. We stayed alive, folks. We should be able to get a shell into the mill if all goes well. It does. Let's go. Beautiful, beautiful game. Thank you so much to the WZ who immediately went right with me when we made that call to go that way. Oh, we even got a mastery out of it. Very nice 4K damage. And props to this WZ guy who lasted so long in that tricky position there. And for those watching, definitely hit like, because it helps me out for the algorithm to get this to more people. And because at the beginning we went through all of the new tank changes, I'd appreciate it if anyone's looking for a breakdown of the changes happening in the game. If you would suggest that they check out this video, I would appreciate it. Alright, he is coming back with us, which is good. As long as our friend does not get totally YOLO'd, we should be okay. I'm gonna load a high explosive here and just take a shot. No, really, the T-62A had a shot on me? I thought the T-30 was covering that angle. Let's load this nice shell for this guy, clear him out. We have the JG. Oh, careful, 62A. We've got a 260 coming behind. Oh, beautiful shot by the T-30. I should be able to clear the Conqueror here. 2 clears, 260s next, I think. Nope, the JG is. Let's see if we can snag this real quick. We are. Let's try to get this object 260. That would be sweet. Oh yeah, we got 4 tanks. We got 4 tanks. Oh man, the VZ is working superbly today. Oh, wait. Wait, how did that not clear? I guess I just hit the gun. Too bad I didn't get that 5th clear. That would have been awesome. Object 704 is coming in. I am aiming. Beautiful. I may actually get a clear here if he pokes. Come on, give me the clear. No. Oh well. What? The Sheridan has appeared? Oh man, dude. Alright, good stuff. I don't think I broke 3K with the clears that I was doing, but it was very nice to clear those first 4 tanks. Felt good. Doing good stuff for the team. This combo is ending up working, which is nice. Do I know Kyle? I guess so. He may be done for the evening, and if he is, I'm gonna be done as well. Okay, we'll get we can get one more win. We did quite well in the win rate department today. In tier 10, 67%, 28 average, 2800 average damage.
Let's get this show on the road.
Good stuff. What kind of heavies? They got a T57, a VK90, M60. I feel like there will be a heavy engagement, so I can go this way. I'm gonna take the initial aggressive position to
We got 'em.
hit this T57 heavy. Oof. I was gonna go where the TNH is currently. We may be able to double tap this yo though. That would be sweet. We are not able to though. So we should get this 57 heavy, I think. Problem is I'm gonna take shells for this.
We hit them hard. One of our trucks is gone. We can't move. Truck hit.
Unfortunate that we
Immobilized. Enemy armor is
got hit by all of those. But we need to apply back pressure ASAP,
vehicle destroyed.
and this is the way to do it. Alright, our T62A is coming back up. We should have some good shells onto this yo here.
Nice shot. They killed our driver. We're covering this position.
Come on,
but not
team.
very well. The driver is hit. We can't go very
Come on, let's
fast.
hit this guy. No! Oh, my reload is trash. Oh, I did not see that E100 there. Our TNH is still full HP, trying the flank, but didn't flank. I did bad. I did bad. Oof. Oh, you kidding me? The E3 actually missed that shot on the grill at point blank range. It just aimed for the hull, not for the turret. What was that? What was that? Yeah, I typically stream on Thursday nights. Hey, 1776, not a bad damage output. Ugh. Alright, hopefully we will end on a win. We were on a good streak with the VZ, but that battle definitely put a dent in our overall performance in the VZ. They've got a 183, Grill, Yo, 268, Progetto 65, E5, 57. Probably just go left.
Time to roll out.
Finally a winter map. Oh, beautiful.
Enemy is hit.
Well, I definitely cannot stay here. I'm going to have to take an aggressive route. To get over here as fast as possible. Right, in a moment I may have a shot on the heavies here. Maybe the 57 from the back. Oh, this E5.
Enemy is hit.
Good stuff on the E5. I don't want to be the one spotting since I'm isolated. Alright, let's try for another attempt on this 57. Let's aim all the way. Oh, dude! Are you kidding me? Maybe he'll back up. I'll just have to try to shoot this. Okay. Gun's working. Oh, very nice. I may be able to clear the 183. I cannot. Maybe I can get a shot into this Yo, though. That would be fabulous.
Enemy armor
We're
is
just taking our
damaged.
time with our shots right now. Oh, nice.
Through their armor.
We have a beautiful flank going on right now.
Enemy vehicle knocked out.
Alright, there's still a 183 here. We can clear him out. Let's put on adrenaline and see if we can get like good module damage or something.
We finished.
Alright, max roll will also be suitable. Oh, high explosive would be great here. Okay, no high explosive needed. Alright. 4 tanks, insane flank. Props to our team for holding and not like, you know, not allowing the other team to YOLO them. And look at that, we get a second mastery in the VZ for the night. Honestly, good stuff. Props to this T62A who hatched my STB1, and that made me look at the clans like, okay, that makes sense. Then we had a super solid platoon session to end off the stream for the night. And thank you all for joining today's live stream. I usually live stream on Thursdays, and I hope you all also enjoyed all of the thoughts that I had on the upcoming changes that will be released in a month's time on all of the tier 10 tanks. And that's it for today's stream, y'all. Hope you all have a good one, and I will see you next time. Take care.